looking forward to that segment. That should be significant. Then also, we've got a few questions. What's next for Theory following his win last week? Of course, he was in the main event, and he managed to retain his United States Championship against Seth Rollins with a low blow. So what's going to be in store for Theory this week? We also got some questions on the official preview about Dominik Mysterio. Dominik, of course, serving hard time, and he's a changed man. And so what next for Dominik Mysterio? And then I think we get another Cody segment this week as well. That's maybe not the most exciting of news, but it might lead to us finding out when he's going to return, when he's actually going to come back. So it might be noteworthy. It might be something that actually leads somewhere. It feels like this is leading towards him coming back at the Royal Rumble. Definitely feels like that's where we're going. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if we're going to find out anything this week or if there'll be another segment next week, or maybe they'll say Cody back next week or something along these lines. So could be noteworthy. But yeah, the Alexa segment, by far the biggest segment that's been announced for tonight's show. And to be honest, other than that, it's quite quiet. It's been not the busiest of weekends. Massive thank you to everyone that joined us for the boxing stream on Saturday night. It was really great to be back doing something on Saturdays. So it was. I was a bit nervous about it because normally when you have been away for a little while, and we really don't ever go away, but over Christmas, obviously there wasn't much happening. So there wasn't really anything for us to do watch-alongs for. We still did them for like Raw and SmackDown, but there was no boxing, there was no UFC, there was no wrestling on a Saturday. So it meant that, like, you know, things kind of wound down for a few weeks. So it was great to be back on Saturday and to see so many familiar faces around as well, sharing their thoughts. People talking about wrestling, people talking about the boxing, people talking about UFC, people talking about KSI, people talking about what was in the news. It's just loads of different conversations going on. But a big thank you to everyone that stopped by, and I hope you enjoyed the stream and have had a fun evening. But we are back now with wrestling, obviously tonight and tomorrow and Wednesday, and of course with SmackDown. And then KSI this weekend. KSI this weekend. Hello, Days. How are you doing? Another week. I'm looking forward to the Royal Rumble, said Brad. Yeah, Rumble should be good. That's only in, 18 days? Still a little way off. I think it's, 2 weeks this weekend coming? So still a little way to go when it comes to the Rumble. Plenty of streams coming up before then. We've got, as we said, KSI this weekend. Weekend after that, UFC 283, I think it is. So a couple of big shows coming up, and then we get to the Royal Rumble. Royal Rumble is going to be a lot of fun this year. There's obviously a lot of rumors about The Rock. It's obviously Triple H's first Rumble where he's going to be booking. So, yeah, lots to look forward to. So, yeah, the Rumble, I think, is a lot of people's favorite show of the year anyway. But this one definitely feels like it's just turning up a little bit more because of Triple H. Dro said Brock could return tonight. Who knows? Kian said, have you heard Gareth Bale has retired? I did, yes. I mean, fantastic career, and I think it's probably the right time. There was a few thoughts he might stick around for the next Euros, but I think he's looked at it and thought, don't really fancy doing, like, I think he's over in America, MLS, and don't know, perhaps he just doesn't fancy it for like 14 months. I think if the Euros was soon, he'd stick around to do the Euros with Wales, but I think club football's pretty much done for him now, so yeah, he retired, and it'll be a loss to Wales in particular. Is Triple H Rumble, or is it Mr. McMahon's? It's Triple H's. So Vince is back on the board. Vince has always been the majority shareholder. Didn't know how hard it would be for him to get back in to the board and onto the board. Turns out not that hard, actually. I don't know if he's been trying pretty much since he retired and they've managed to keep him away for so long, or if he just was like, right, I'm coming back now, and then he came back. it's hard to know exactly how easy it was for Vince to get back onto the boards because it could have been super easy and he just came back, or there could have been a lot of conversations going on behind the scenes. They might have been able to have put him off, and then eventually he finds his way back. So don't know how easy it was. It seems like it was relatively easy for him, but he's not back in control with creative. He's said that he's not going to mess with the current management structure. So he's not interested in taking his job back from Steph. He's not interested in taking the creative away from Triple H. Like, he is here to negotiate the TV deals and potentially sell the company. I think if there was a big offer on the table, he would take it. And what he would do then, I really don't know. I really don't know. I don't know what he's going to do with his life if WWE sells, because this has been his life and he's been a workaholic, and I don't know what he would do. I could definitely see him starting something else up. Definitely with the money that he makes, I could definitely see him starting something else. He's got to stay active. He's got to be busy. I'm not saying he would start another wrestling company, but obviously he tried to do the XFL. He tried to do World Bodybuilding Federation. I think it was the WBF, which was World Bodybuilding Federation. He gave that a go as well. He was a big player in the Ico Pro stuff. That was, I believe, his like protein powder and all that kind of stuff. So he tried fitness supplements. Like, he's done quite a bit over the years. Tried a lot of stuff, and 99.9% of it has failed. But I definitely think that if he did sell, he would use that money to start something else, because he's just got to be busy. He's just got to be doing something. I just can't see him taking the money and going into retirement and just fishing. I just can't see it. So, yeah, that's what he's back for. I think he's way more focused on that than who wins the Rumble. Do you like Rey Mysterio, said Finderbin. I do like Rey. I think Rey will go down as one of, I can't say the, but one of the greatest masked wrestlers of all time. Maybe in the history of America, like North America, Europe, maybe he goes down as the best. But if you think about everyone that's come out of Mexico in particular, they've got some big hitters down there that I think on a global scale, it's difficult. It's difficult. Rey is definitely in the running. I'd say top 5 for certain. So, and to be honest, if you look at like all the luchas that have been in WWE and how much they've struggled, like, it's not easy if you're a masked lucha in WWE. It just doesn't seem to work. If you look at the likes of Kalisto and Gran Metalik and Lince Dorado, Sin Cara most famously, you can go down quite a list of masked luchas. Not just masked. I'm not talking about people that wear masks like Kane, right? Specifically that lucha style. It's one that really seems to struggle. I would argue Axiom is struggling. Like, Axiom to me is a great talent, but he feels like he's got a hell of a ceiling. Like, I think he's going to really struggle. I just think that in WWE, facial expressions and selling is really important. And I think if your full face is covered over it, it's a real problem. It takes so much away. And so, like, they struggle. So I think that Rey has obviously got a bit of his face that shows. So you can see like some of the expression on his face. And, I think that massively helped his career, to be honest. And the fact that he can speak English as well, obviously massively helps with his promos. If he could only speak, say, Mexican or something, I know he's not Mexican. He was actually born in America. But you get my point. This is why I think so many luchas do struggle. Because if they don't have command of the language, and if you can't see their faces when they're selling, I think that there's a few things like that that add up to, like, really, stop them progressing. And I think that Rey has managed to overcome a lot of those barriers. And, he was so exciting. He was so exciting, so different as well. And he just really came along at a great time, really caught people's imagination. Obviously, when Eddie passed away, they put the belt on him. So now he's seen as the underdog that the David that beat Goliath. That's kind of how a lot of people see Rey. He's the little guy that you can never rule out. And yeah, he's a legend, isn't he? He's an absolute legend now. So I do like him. I wish that we had a great story for him. I do think that this stuff they're doing with Dominik right now, probably the best I've seen Rey involved in a long time. Like, for me, Rey Mysterio, he's a legend. He's all those things that we just said. But the creative for him since he's come back has been pretty rubbish. Like, I'm sure he really enjoyed doing the tag stuff with Dominik. I don't think the fans massively did. I mean, like, him being the first father-son tag team to win the tag belts is definitely something that looks good on the resume. And so it's a tick in the box, but it feels a little bit like AJ and Amos in the sense of you've got this amazing main event talent. Like, Rey Mysterio could be main eventing against Roman Reigns. Like, he could be going up against Seth Rollins over on Raw. There's so many things you could do with Rey. He really is, like, that level is an absolute legend. Yeah, bona fides, Hall of Famer, blah, 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 blah. But he was just saddled with his son. And, like, he wasn't necessarily elevating Dominik. It was more Dominik was seemingly bringing Rey down. And it was the same with Amos and AJ. AJ wasn't elevating Amos. Amos was bringing AJ down. So I kind of feel like he might have massively enjoyed it. I don't know that the fans did. I don't know that it's really added that much to his legacy, although I do agree first father-son tag team to win the titles is a great achievement, and it was worth doing it just for that alone. But maybe it just didn't need to keep going on as long as it did. But either way, where we are now with the Thanksgiving attacks and the Christmas Day attacks and all that kind of stuff, you know, the drama now that we've got is brilliant. Is brilliant. So I'm really into that. I changed the super chat thing as well. I changed the super chat thing so that I can now actually hear it, which is good. So I know that we've got a super chat that's come through from Luke. Shout out to you. Says, I'm going to make a comeback to YouTube from Just Shanks. Luke, White House Show. Welcome back, my friends. Hope you are well. Hope you're excited for tonight's show. Nelson as well said, I wonder if there are more allegations coming. Do you know what, Nelson? It's really funny that you should say that. Really funny that you should say that because that was absolutely... I never needed you at all. I never needed you. Yeah, that was absolutely something that went through my mind as well. When I first saw the Vince news, so I didn't see it when it first broke. I saw it about an hour and a half later, and I looked at it, and the news everywhere was Vince is coming back, right? Now, straight away, you're like, okay, this is big. I feel like I need to do a video. We need to talk about this, but I wanted to know exactly what I was talking about, and I'll be truthful, I didn't have a clue what I was talking about. Because Vince is coming back, what does that mean? Everyone's going to have the same question, and that question is he going to take over creative, right? I don't think anyone really cares if he comes back to WWE and, you know, potters around Titan Towers. I really don't think the average wrestling fan would give a flip, right? I wouldn't care. If he comes back and does office stuff, negotiates deals, I don't think anyone cares, right? Everyone has got the same thought, and that same thought is he going to be booking the show, right? That's everyone's first thought. So trying to establish what Vince's coming back actually meant, was really difficult, and I was trying to find a bit of information. No one seemed to have anything that clear. Vince did put a statement out saying that he wasn't interested in messing up with the current management structure. But first of all, you don't know if he's telling the truth, right? Then you don't know if what is even being said is actually going to happen. Because, as you said, and rightfully so, it did cross my mind, is this to bury some allegations that are about to come out? Is this what this is? Because you might remember the last time we heard news that Vince was planning on coming back, that news broke on the same day that we got news that 2 more women were putting allegations in against Vince. and were looking for some sort of, payment or damages or something along those lines. So yeah, the last time we heard about Vince news, it happened to coincide with more allegations. So in the back of my mind, it was very much, is this real? Is this just to bury more stories? Is he really coming back? Is he coming back to creative? Is he coming back into a board position? Like, what's going on? And I know I wasn't the only one that had those questions. I think everyone was looking for those answers, and it was very hard in those first hours afterwards to really find any kind of concrete answers. I think we've got a lot more clarity now, and there hasn't been any more allegations that I've seen. The story feels legit. Actually, we've got information. We've had filings now that show that he is actually back on the boards. So those filings have confirmed that it was legit. But obviously, we didn't have those at the time. And so I actually think this one is different. I think this one isn't to bury allegations. But I can only say that now that I think this one's legit. I mean, it is legit. We've seen the filings. So I think this one is him actually wanting to get that sale. So I don't think there's allegations coming now, because I think they would have come already. But it's a really good point, because it did cross my mind at the time. But Vince doesn't like retirement, said Miguel. No chance in hell, said Tony. I might go to Money in the Bank, says Kian. Very good. Hope you do. Hope you have fun. Iania said, reports are that Bo is backstage. What do you think? I think that he could be. I think there's been reports of him being backstage a few times that I've heard. So I don't know that that's... I mean, look, I think that he is playing the part of one of the Uncle Howdys. We've said this before. It's very hard to know exactly what's going on. I've seen some really good videos, though, where people have taken Uncle Howdy, the one that was in the ring that attacked Bray. They've taken that face that's quite clear, the image of the clear face, and then they've superimposed Bo's face over the top. We spoke about this on the last, I think, SmackDown stream, and it looked bang on. The one thing you don't know is that if people have just slightly manipulated the pictures or anything along those lines, because it did look very good. Everything lined up and it all looked really impressive. So, after seeing that, I am under the impression it's Bo. The fact that there's news that Bo is backstage today, obviously, if we do get right now that means nothing. Because I understand he's signed. I believe he has signed, and I believe he has been backstage at shows a few times. So him being backstage right now doesn't mean anything. The only thing it does mean is that if we do get Uncle Howdy tonight, that's going to excite people in it. That'll excite people. I never needed you. And it'll be a bit of a confirmation that that I think he is Uncle Howdy. So I am definitely leaning that way, that he is Uncle Howdy. But we'll see. We'll see if he turns up tonight. I mean, it could be that you just don't get anything Uncle Howdy related tonight. You might not get anything at all. It definitely feels like we're at the point in the story, though, where we probably should. I mean, we've got to the point where there's been a couple of masks in the crowds. It would feel like this week we need to take another step forwards. And I can't imagine we're just going to get a logo flicker in the background. So it would feel like we're roughly at the point where, we should do something noteworthy. And so, yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Svarta Branda, shout out to you, my friend. Hope you are well. Hope you had a great weekend. Said, do you think we will get the Lily doll back, or will Bianca attack Alexa tonight? I actually rewatched the Alexa therapy sessions. I did it because I was just working on a video, and I watched them all. And they are so offensive. I find them actually offensive, because I think if you're an Alexa fan, right? I don't know that you can see what they actually were. But I think if you're pretty level-headed and you can just watch them, and certainly now if you watch them in isolation, it is so obvious And it was obvious at the time, but it's so bad when you go back and watch them that they are just designed to sell Lily dolls. That's all they're designed for. You know, the end result of those therapy sessions was that they basically got rid of the old Lily who Charlotte had ripped up, right? And they got a replica WWE shop Lily, and then they shoved the old Lily in the replica shop Lily, and basically now Alexa carried that around instead. And it was a way of making the replica shop Lily the Lily, the real Lily, the Lily that she would now carry around, and you would understand why she carried this. The thing was so weird because he was trying to change her back to being normal, and he was trying to get her to understand that Lily is imaginary and she's not real and all these kind of things. And the end result is he ends up just giving her a replica shop Lily and saying, look, you're going to be fine. You're as cured as you're going to be. Just make sure that you've always got this with you and you'll be fine. So, you know, it's just so bad. Make sure you've always got this Lily doll by your side and you'll be fine. It's just, oh my God. I rewatched them. I was like, man, I forgot how offensive these actually were. And the bottom line is, could I see Lily coming back? 100%. 100%. I don't even know if she's ever really gone away. I think CGI Lily is still there when Alexa's been coming out. I don't know that they ever got rid of the CGI. I know for the majority of last year, maybe they did towards the end, I don't know, but for the majority of last year, even after the therapy sessions, after Elimination Chamber, once she came back, I think she got married, and then she came back like in the middle of last year, she would come out with like a massive CGI Lily, and she'd still be carrying Lily, but only this time it was not the Lily that, you know, they made a cheap replica version, basically. I think if they were going to manufacture the Lilies that she was carrying, they would have cost a lot of money. So they obviously made cheaper versions. They did the same with the Funhouse puppets. They obviously can't make exact Funhouse puppets for people to buy, so they have to make cheaper versions. And but now Alexa was carrying the cheaper version. You know, make sure you get your Lily doll just like the one that Alexa carries around with her. So, yeah, that seemingly is all the therapy session achieved at the end. And it just resulted in her now carrying the WWE shop replica. So I think any change that's going to take her back to that darker place, you know, they're just going to see money signs, aren't they? The only thing I would say is that they might want to just change Lily a little bit because, and I'm thinking like them now, right? I'm not thinking like a fan. I'm thinking like WWE marketing. But all of the people that have Lily already, they're obviously not going to buy another one. So we need to find a way of selling new Lily dolls. So if we're going to have Alexa go back to being a dark character, then we're going to need her to have Lily. But we're going to need a new Lily because we're going to need to sell a whole lot. We need to sell those same people that bought the last Lily doll. We need to now sell them a load of new ones. And if you bought a Lily doll, no shame, right? No judging. Yeah, I've got tons of merch. I got loads of stuff. So I ain't blaming you. I'm just saying that is all that therapy session seemed to be about, was just making sure that she now started carrying a WWE shop replica. And it never actually changed, like never actually got her away from Lily, which is what I thought the whole thing was about. Like, that's why she was in therapy, to try and cure her, not just change the doll she was carrying. So yeah, I think we could see Lily coming back. And as I said, if I put my WWE marketing, merchandising hat on, then it would make sense that you bring her back slightly different. So that you can then sell a whole lot of new dolls. Cross, shout out to you. Said, appreciate the work you do on the live streams. Pens Girl, shout out to you. Cross331, hope you're well, my friend. Easy99 said, who is your Dark Horse, Final Four, surprise entrant, score most eliminations? I don't know. that's a bit too much for me to go into. I mean, when it comes to Rumbles, I think the winners will probably be Cody and Rhea. I think surprises is something that I can't wait to find out, to be honest, because I think we could. I mean, it's probably something I need to sit down and like go through as to who have we not had recently. Because I would love for Triple H to make a few phone calls to people that we don't normally see or haven't seen. I mean, I don't know the last time we saw Honky Tonk Man, for example. I know he still wrestles, and he certainly goes to comic conventions and does signings and everything. So I know he's out there. Whether he could take, because you ain't got to do nothing in a Rumble, have you? I mean, as long as you can walk to the ring, and even if you somehow find a way of like stepping through the ropes at some point to try and get away from someone, and someone just nudges you off, all you have to be able to do for a Rumble is walk down to the ring and just be bumped off the side of the ring and go to the floor. I mean, the bump you would take would be to fall off the ring and fall to the floor. Now, for someone like Honky Tonk Man, maybe he can't take that bump anymore. So maybe it's just not possible. Same with the likes of, I don't know, Tito Santana, Greg the Hammer Valentine. Like, I love those old school names, but those old school names are probably a bit too old now. Bob Backlund, I mean, we saw Bob Backlund probably going back about 10 years now, in all fairness. But when we saw Backlund with Darren Young, he was still a spring chicken. What he looks like now, I really don't know. I feel like we did see him during that Treasures show, you know, the most valuable treasures, where WWE was trying to get back, like, you know, ring gears and boots and like all this kind of merch. They were trying to get these items back, and I'm sure we saw him in that show. It was only a few years ago. He was still, like, you know, spring chicken, looked absolutely great for his age. Whether they would clear him, of course. I mean, I think he's in his, 70s, 80s. I mean, it's probably not a great idea. But, you know, can we see some people that we haven't been seeing? Psycho Sid is a name that I've mentioned. Demolition, they're a tag team, and I wouldn't, you know, you can't bring them both down at the same time, and you wouldn't want to take up 2 spots for Demolition. Val Venus, I feel like we've seen Godfather. I don't want to see Boogeyman. I don't want to see X-Pac. I don't want to see Kevin Nash. I don't want to see anyone that we normally. I don't want to see the $1 Million Man. I don't want to see these people. I tell you who might get a good reaction: IRS, because everyone knows that he is Bray Wyatt's dad and Bo Dallas's dad. And so just because of that reason, he might get a fantastic reaction. Waylon Mercy. Imagine if Waylon Mercy was in the Rumble. That would be a weird one, because he was never the biggest name. But again, people know that he was an inspiration to Bray, Dan Spivey, and he, I believe, was the inspiration for Mercy the Buzzards. So if Waylon Mercy was in, that could be pretty fun. I don't know, like Conan, I think would be really cool. I think the Great Muta should be in there. Great Muta's about to retire, so if he can definitely take that bump. Great Muta could definitely go in. But is that a name that's going to excite younger fans? No, because they're not going to know who the Great Muta is, are they? So it's a tricky one. It's a tricky one, because you sort of need names. To be honest, though, when it comes to the surprises, I sort of feel like they're for the old school wrestling fans more than the younger fans, because the younger fans probably aren't going to know their history that much. They probably will have watched, say, the WrestleManias, maybe the SummerSlams, and I'm sure there's loads of fans that just sit and just consume as much as possible. But because they're still young, they're not going to have had the time to have gone back through everything. So I sort of feel like, you know, it doesn't really matter. If the Great Muta comes out, that's just great for people that saw him in WCW or did watch New Japan back in the day. You know, he's just an icon. He's a legend. It'd be great if he was in it. Sometimes, you know, you just kind of can't please everybody. And I know that he might come out to a warm applause. He wouldn't come out to like screams and crazy reactions, but it would still be a good thing to do. I mean, he's still an absolute wrestling legend, icon. Jushin Thunder Liger. Jushin Liger, though, retired, didn't he? So I think that one would be. I don't think you could do that one now. If we were going to get that, it's going to have to be a few years ago. Maybe some people that got released as well. But I'm trying to think of it. A lot of the big names ended up going to AEW, so you couldn't get those. Yeah, it's tricky. I'd probably have to sit down and have a look. Go back, say 10 years. See, I mean, we've already had Carlito, so we've already done that. But probably go back like 10, 15 years, see who's been released since. Any big names that, I'd love AJ Lee, but that's not going to happen. CM Punk's not going to happen. Someone from New Japan would be good, but again, you're not going to get a great reaction. It's tricky. Is Alexa Bliss heel now? Apparently she is going to be heel, yeah. Ryan Gambler as well. I did see you send in your support, dude. Appreciate it. Hope you are well. JP said, pretty deadly working house shows on the main roster. Wrestle with Andy, hello, said Sable for the Women's Rumble. That's a really great shout, but I know she doesn't like WWE, does she? She's got a real issue with them, and I don't know if it's them or if it's Vince, so I'm not sure. But that's why you've not been seeing Sable. Or that's why we've not been seeing Sable, because I know that she's not on the best of terms with them. But Sable would be fantastic. It's a good show. Wade Barrett to the old Nexus theme. Yeah, and they could do it as well, because he's around, isn't he? Or, I'm afraid I got some bad news. Yeah, be good. What about a Paul London return? Don't know. I mean, I feel like that's a tricky one. That's a tricky one because he was never he had a little spell, but he's not a name that I think really resonates. But then saying that, I've just said the exact same about the Great Muta. Like, Great Muta has never done anything in WWE. I think he might have featured on some of their tours when they went to Japan. But, and I'm sitting here saying put Muta in the Rumble. But that's because he is bona fide one of the greatest wrestlers of all time. And he's got those connections with WCW at the very least. And, of course, WWE own WCW. So, you've got the connection that way. Paul London, I mean, you could put him in. He'd be fun. I don't think he'd get much of a reaction, though, to be honest. I don't think he'd get much of a reaction. Paul London asked for 1 million and then bashed WWE in tweets. Boogeyman, nah. We get Boogeyman all the time. Boogeyman, we get a lot because you tend to see him around Halloween. He featured on things like the Edge and Christian show on the network. I think he might have he's been in the Rumble as well. Granted, it might be one of those that if I actually looked at when he was last in the Rumble, it might be like 2017, and we might be going back 6 years now. Like how the years just bleed into one. So, it might be one of those that kind of really surprises me that it's actually been a while. But I feel like I've seen him. I want to see someone that I've not seen. I want to see someone like Psycho Sid, or I don't know when I last saw IRS. I really don't know when I last saw Bray's dad. So, that would be pretty cool. I'd be down for that. I can't remember the last time I saw him. But, Kevin Nash, X-Pac, we saw them on the DX reunion. $1 Million Man we saw down in NXT when he was doing that thing with Cameron Grimes. I feel there's people like that I feel that I've seen. So it would be nice to see some different names. Wes 420, shout out to you, buds. Appreciate the support. Hope you're well. We are getting closer. We got about 24 minutes to go. If you are just joining us, Alexa Bliss segment tonight is expected to be juicy, quite big. Really looking forward to it. What's next for Theory? We should find out. He beat Seth last week with a low blow, but obviously we need to see what's going to be next in that story. Dominik served hard time. So what are we going to get next for Dominik? And Cody, we should get another Cody segment. Let me just jump over, actually, to Twitter, and we'll just have a look, see if they have announced anything else. I got all this off the official preview, but sometimes in the hour before, they do drop a few more bits and bobs. After defeating Rollins in controversial fashion, let's see what awaits Austin Theory in 2023. Alexa Bliss. That's it. That's all we've got at the moment. Is there anything on Fightful? Let's go over to Fightful and see if Fightful have got anything, because they normally have some information. They've just 20 odd minutes. They don't have anything on tonight, but update on Edge's creative plans. Okay, what's this? I don't want any spoilers. WWE has Edge penciled in for some premium live events. I don't think that's a big surprise. The working plan is for Edge to face Finn Balor. Don't think that's going to be a big surprise. Beth Phoenix should be around as well, so okay. Yeah, I mean, really, that's just a bit of confirmation that they are looking at doing something with Edge and that he should be coming back soon. I mean, he's a name probably for the Rumble, I would imagine. We haven't seen Edge in a hot minute. I can't remember the last show we saw him. Was it Extreme Rules? Something like that? When he took on Finn and then Beth got cracked in the head with a chair from Rhea Ripley. So, yeah, that's a feud which is a bit of a no-brainer. Probably WrestleMania, I would imagine. Edge and Finn and, like, maybe Finn and Rhea taking on... Rhea might face Bianca, so maybe not. Maybe it'll just be Edge versus Finn or something, but yeah, that's obviously someone else that could be in the Rumble. But Uncle Howdy is coming to Monday Night Raw, said Brandon. Any reports you've seen of senile, demented old man Vince being backstage at Raw? The only report I've seen is that he's not expected to be backstage. That was on Fightful Select. They said that there was no plans for Vince to be there, so no, he's not expected to be there. Morales held the championship for 1,000 days. As of today, Roman has been Universal Champ for 862. Do you think he can hold the title until June 24th to pass Morales? I would love him to. I've said pretty much from the start, I would like him to get to 1,000 days. In fact, to be perfectly truthful, when he first won the title, I did say that I wanted him to hold it for a long time. I think I said that I would love for him to hold it until the SummerSlam. I wanted him to get past WrestleMania. I wanted him to hold it going into 2022. So he has had it much longer than I expected. As the run was progressing, I did say it would be good if we could get to 1,000 days. And that is looking a bit doubtful. I would say it really depends who he's facing at WrestleMania. If he's facing Cody at WrestleMania, I don't think he's getting out of that match with the belts. I think he loses them to Cody Rhodes. If he's facing The Rock, then I think he could get out of WrestleMania with the belts, because I don't think The Rock will beat him for the titles. So I think, and if he's facing both, he's in trouble, because I think he loses to Cody. So I think it's gonna, if he's gonna do it, it's because they want him to do it, and they're specifically designing it so that he does do it. You know, they're making sure he gets to that 1,000 days. They have got that as an acknowledged, like an achievement that they want for him, because otherwise I think he loses at WrestleMania. So I would love for him to do it. I think that you could have Cody go over at SummerSlam and there'd be no problem with that. In fact, I would argue that if Cody was to lose at WrestleMania, that would only make the victory taste a bit sweeter if he did win it at SummerSlam rather than him winning it first time of trying. You know, Cody has been waiting for this moment his whole life to try and become WWE champion. He told the story the night after WrestleMania when he came back that Dusty had that picture on the mantelpiece, and Cody saw it, and he spoke to his dad about it, and he said he knew from the age of 8 not what he wanted to do, but what he needed to do. He needed to win the WWE Championship and bestow it on his father's lap and basically give it to his dad. He can't do that now, but that's his motivation. And I think that he's been waiting a long time. To make him wait just that little bit longer, I don't think there's any problem in that. I think the fans will never go for it because the fans want that moment, and they're going to be like, no, just do it at WrestleMania, blah blah blah. People don't like waiting. But I think that if you did build it up and everyone was like, he's going to win, he's going to win, of course, and then he doesn't, that's a great swerve. That's a great swerve because you'll catch a lot of people out with that. You'll catch a lot of people out because everyone will be like, it's WrestleMania, it's Cody, of course he's going to win, and then he doesn't. I'd be down for that. I think that'd be cool. And then that would mean Roman could get to his 1,000 days. Cody wins it at SummerSlam. SummerSlam, I don't know where it's being held, but I'm sure it'll be in a stadium. It has been the past few years, and I've got to think that's going to be a big crowd. And I don't think there's any problems with winning it. It's not like a title means less if you don't win it at WrestleMania. Do you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't really matter. There's been some fantastic title changes outside of WrestleMania. Some of the greatest ever have been outside of WrestleMania. So it doesn't really matter. I do appreciate WrestleMania's bigger. It's the biggest show of the year. I do appreciate that. But that's why the swerve would be so interesting and would catch a few people off guard. So, yeah, I would love for him to do it. I'd love for Roman to get that achievement. It's something I never thought I would see. Someone holding a title for 1,000 days. Just incredible. That would be incredible. But regardless, even if he gets to WrestleMania and loses it, it's been incredible anyway. It's one of the all-time great title reigns. I actually did a tweet the other day talking about the WWE Championship. Did you know that, in my mind, that WWE Championship, it doesn't mean anything to Roman because the Universal title reign is so long. That's the one we're focused on. I want him to get to 1,000 days, so it's all about the Universal belt. It's not about the WWE one. But he has now got the third longest WWE title reign since 2006. Back in 2006, John Cena had a long title reign. Since then, only 2 other title reigns, not people, title reigns, have been longer than the one that Roman has had with it right now. And that's the second longest belt he's had. He's only had the WWE one since WrestleMania. The Universal one is the one that goes back to 2020. So even the WWE title reign that he's having right now is amazing. I think it's only AJ Styles in 2017 and CM Punk, that amazing Summer of Punk, the CM Punk title reign from 2011. Those are the only 2 title reigns with the WWE Championship that have been longer than what Roman has done, and with it right now since Cena back in 2006. I think I went back all the way to the beginning, and I think Roman's got like the 12th or 13th longest WWE title reign right now. It's amazing. Like, he could break into the top 10, like having like longest WWE. I'm not even talking about the Universal belt that he's had since 2020. I'm talking about the one he won at WrestleMania against Brock just last year. So, yeah, I mean, the records and things, the achievements, what we're witnessing every day that goes by is just constantly, throwing up something different. It's another milestone. It's this really is, I think, what he'll be remembered for. He'll be remembered for, lots of different things. Beating The Undertaker, being in the Shield, multiple WrestleMania main events. But I think the biggest thing he'll be remembered for is this run with the Bloodline. I don't think anything before was as big as this, including the Shield. And I don't think anything that comes after is going to be as big as this, because you're talking talking some we just haven't seen. Someone getting to 1,000 days or even close to 1,000 days is mental in this day and age. Mental. Ian said he could lose the WWE title to Cody, keep the Universal after beating The Rock. That's the outcome that I'm hoping for. Crania said the record of Bruno is unbeatable. Yeah. I mean, that one's 7 years, isn't it, for the one reign? And then I think it's like 4 years for the reign. I think Bob Backlund had it for about 4 years as well. There's some reigns that are just going to be unbeatable. Which, you know, I don't mind. It was a different time. And it's something that is going to keep Bruno in the conversation forever, potentially. I mean, I'm sure, you know, I'm sure it will be beaten one day. I'm sure that there will be a time in the future where someone will come along and hold it for 7 years. That time doesn't feel like it's now. But in all fairness, we've managed to get to nearly 1,000 days. I didn't even think we'd be able to do this in this day and age. I thought what Roman is doing now would be impossible. I thought people would have turned. I mean, I would have thought people, and there are people. Let's not lie about it. I mean, there are people that are saying it's boring. He's had it too long. They want someone else to be champion. All that kind of stuff. But to be honest, I see more people complaining about him not defending the belts on a regular basis, more so than it being boring. I think the garnish that's around him, the Sammy story, Solo coming in, the Usos, the bloodline, the relationships, all of that is keeping Roman relevant and fresh, because you look forward to Roman segments, because it's not just Roman coming out and cutting a promo. That would get boring, but they've actually put this world around him. They've put this little world where you've got like the relationship between Sammy and Jimmy was different to the relationship with Sammy and Jay. And then you've got like the Usi stuff. You know, they've told this story so slow, but as a result, it's just meant that the story's ticked along. And you kind of know these characters and you know what they're thinking. You know who they like, who they don't like. And it's brilliant. I mean, it's been brilliant. And I think that it's kept people on board. People haven't got bored of it. People aren't bored of this story. I just think the one criticism you see is people saying, I wish he would defend it more regular, or that Raw deserves a world champion. Raw feels like it's missing something compared to SmackDown. It needs to have someone on the show, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, more so than like them being bored with Roman. But I do see those people as well. So yeah, I don't think we'll ever get to Bruno's numbers. Certainly not with this reign. But yeah, he's done brilliant. The whole thing's been brilliant. Do you think Cody will return at the Rumble? Either at the Rumble or just before. I think that they are showing you these video packages of Cody so that you are reintroduced to him, so that when he comes back, you are familiar with him. Because there will be some fans, don't know how many, we would never know that, but there will be some fans that have got into the product around the world, not even just in America, but around the world. I don't know what that number would be, but there will be people that have got into the product since Cody has been gone. I mean, there's people coming into the product all the time and people leaving the product all the time. It's not the same people that are watching week after week, although largely it is. But there is obviously going to be a fluctuation. So you kind of need to reintroduce Cody so that when he comes back, he's, you know, people know they're up to speed. 99% of people already will be. But they're showing that video package for the 1% that aren't. And I do wonder if they are then just going to tell you at the end, Cody back next week. Cody then comes back, cuts a promo, said he's entering the Rumble, something along those lines. He might not be a surprise because they might be thinking, well, everyone knows Cody's coming back. Cody being in the Rumble, I think it would be a moment, but it's not. I don't know how big of a moment it would be. I think we're all I've got Cody winning it. I haven't got Cody just being in it. I've got him winning it. So I don't think that it would be a massive surprise, Cody being in the Rumble. So I think they're probably just going to take this as an opportunity to reintroduce him, do a few video packages, which we've had for the past few weeks, and then potentially either announce that he comes back in the Rumble or bring him back like the week before and have him cut a promo saying how he's missed us. Tell us again about what his motivation is and what he's trying to achieve this year, about winning the WWE Championship, and then announce that he's going to be in the Rumble, get that big cheer. And then, that means that when he walks out at the Rumble, everyone is then on the same page as to who this is, why he is here, what he's trying to achieve, why he's trying to achieve it. And I can see the sense in that. It's been gone a long time, So around, you've got to think more globally for that, I suppose. In America, it'll only be a small number of people that have come in to watch WWE since he left. But around the world, and don't forget, WWE is very much a global brand. Around the world, that's a much more significant figure. So I can see it making sense. The one thing I hope they don't do this year, and again, something else that I just happened to see whilst I was just doing a bit of research and whatever. Do you remember that segment last year where Charlotte announced that she was going to be in the Rumble? And she said, let's take a look at who's going to be in this year's Rumble. They actually did a slideshow of everyone not everyone, it was about 20 of the 30 women that were going to be in the Royal Rumble. They actually showed us, like, this person, and they showed us the Bellas, and they showed us Michelle McCool, and they showed us Kelly Kelly. Like, they showed us names that you wouldn't necessarily think would be in there. I mean, these are the kind of names that we do tend to get, in all fairness, because there's not really that many women in WWE. You do need to pad it out with legends, and we do keep going to the same legends. So, the Bellas being in it, is it the biggest surprise? Probably not. Kelly Kelly being in it, is it the biggest surprise? Probably not. But I would much rather have the surprise. I would much rather have the who is it, rather than here's 20 of the 30 women that are going to be in it, like, in a slideshow. So I don't know. It is tricky because you need to tell people what kind of caliber of superstar is going to be in this match, because they might be thinking it's flipping No Way Jose, Adam Rose's Bunny, Carl Anderson, Chad Gable, Mansoir, Marseille. Like, they might be thinking that this Rumble thing's just going to be a load of... Not that Carl Anderson's a jobber, but do you know what I mean? He's one half of a tag team in my mind. He's not someone that I look at as, in WWE terms, necessarily being a big solo star. I know he's done some stuff in New Japan, whatever, but not in WWE. So I sort of, like, so I do understand you kind of need to say Drew's going to be in it and Sheamus is going to... You need to set the standard as to who's going to be in it. But you can't announce everyone. So, I don't know, it's tricky. Maybe announce 10. Announce 10, all of them on the roster, and then say there will be surprises, who will the other 20 be, and leave it at something like that. I do appreciate you can't just have an empty graphic and not announce anyone. I do understand why you would announce people, but I thought when they did that last year with Charlotte, that was a bit OTT for me. I think they could have reined that in. James said Raw is on BT Sport 2 tonight, in case you didn't know. Hello, James. Hope you're well, buds. I did, only by chance. I didn't until I set it up and then just happened to notice. So thanks for checking, because that is totally the kind of thing that I would normally miss, to be honest. But I did catch it this week. I think it's college football, isn't it, that's on the... which is very unusual. Of all the reasons to put WWE onto a second channel, I wouldn't have thought here in the UK we would have done it for college football. In America, definitely, but even here in the UK, it's been bumped to BT Sport 2 for college football. It must be a big game. That's my guess. Must be a big game in order for it to move wrestling here in the UK, because I don't know anyone that watches college football here in the UK. I think the NFL is quite popular. But hey ho. NBC is likely to buy WWE, said Big Time Baxter. They've got Raw, NXT. It could mean that SmackDown goes back to USA Network. We know the difference between cable and broadcast. Does WWE want to risk losing that reach? Well, they won't care, will they, if they sell? They won't care. Why would Vince care if he sells? So yeah, that won't be a consideration, to be honest. He's going to look at what offers are on the table. He's going to look at the offers that are on the table. He's going to have a valuation in his head. He'll look at the offers that are on the table. I'm sure he won't want to see what he's created get destroyed. He'll want to see, what he's created go on and thrive. I would imagine not thrive too much, though. If you sell a company for $5 billion and then it goes on to be a $20 billion company, you're going to kick yourself. So he'll want it to thrive, but he probably won't want it to thrive that much. He'll just want it to stick around, do well, please the fans, and, see that all his time and energy wasn't wasted. But I can imagine that he won't want it to succeed too well. But yeah, I can't see that being like that big of a consideration. Because it'll just be who's going to pay me more money, basically, in it, if you're Vince. And apparently, Nick Khan's going to get a big chunk of money. There's rumors that I saw earlier today that he came on board because of the sale. That's one of the big reasons that he came. And it's been discussed that he gets a sizable amount of money. The rumor was, doing the rounds, I'm sure you've seen the same thing, he will be paid if he facilitates the sale, gets the sale done. He will be paid more than AEW get paid for their annual TV deal. That's how much Nick Khan would get from a sale. So, yeah, I mean, there's definitely some noise around a sale. Definitely some noise. I give it 3 months before he controls the whole deal, said Paul. What happens if Cody Rhodes returns and the Viper Randy returns? They'd both return. I mean, I still think Cody would win it. I mean, it would just be great to see Randy back, to be honest, because there are question marks as to whether we see him actually wrestle again. I'm sure he's going to do everything in his power to come back. And to be honest, even if he doesn't wrestle again, I don't think there's no way we don't see him again. I think at the very least, he would come in and cut a promo. And, they'd give him that opportunity. Of course they would. And he should, in all fairness. So, yeah, there's definitely things we can still do. But his in-ring wrestling career, there's big question marks as to where we're standing with that now. The Usos cheated on Friday. Did anyone see that, says Miguel. Do you know what? I can't even remember what happened on Friday, to be honest. They took on Drew and Sheamus, didn't they? Yeah. Right, here we go then. We're about to get underway with Raw. About to go over to the show. Edward, shout out to you. If you had to pick one, who would have taken WWE Universal? You can pick Cody, Seth, Finn, Cena for the Universal, Rock, Solo, Sammy. I'd have Sammy definitely take one, and Cody. Sammy and Cody. I think Cody's got to at some point. I, as I said earlier, would delay it. I think that getting Roman to 1,000 days would be really cool, and I think having Cody having to overcome some obstacles. I know he already has, what with the torn pec and leaving WWE, but I think for him to come back and then just win it first time of asking. I think it'd be good if we put a few obstacles in his way. So I would, I don't mind us waiting till later in the year, but I would definitely have Cody winning one. And everyone knows I love Sammy. Who doesn't love Sammy? But I love Sammy to the point where I would give him a major title. Kevin Owens has won a major title. And I don't think that, I think Sammy is just as entertaining in ring as well, he's just as good, I think. But he just hasn't had the same level of opportunity for whatever reason. He's getting it now, though. And he's showing, isn't he? He's showing that he's a star. Talking of stars, here's Kevin Owens. Kevin Owens coming out opening the show. Kevin Owens. Okay. Wasn't expecting KO, but making his way down to the ring. What are we getting here? So, Kevin Owens challenged Roman. Roman Reigns, Kevin Owens, undisputed WWE Universal Championship. Can he win the undisputed Universal Championship? I would think not. I would think not. I do feel a bit for him, though, to be honest. But he's definitely someone that I'd like to see with a championship around his waist over his shoulder. Big KO chants. Lots of replica belts in the crowds. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Do you think Theory could defend the title at Mania against Cena? Macarice, hello. Yeah. Here's JBL. Yeah, he could. I think Cena could face a few people. I don't know if he will. There's been a few rumors that he might not be able to make WrestleMania. Schedule conflict thing. I don't know how true they are. Here's JBL. Kevin Owens. Since you're not from the South, the people here are about one generation away from walking on all fours. Nobody, not even people here in Redneck, Alabama, believe that you can beat Roman Reigns. Let me introduce you. Let me introduce you to the person, the only person in the last 3 years has got a pinfall victory over Roman Reigns. The wrestling gods, Baron Corbin. Corbin coming out. It is true. He did get a pinfall win, didn't he, over Roman? Before Roman went away. Okay, so Corbin making his way down to the ring. Kevin Owens looks so pained seeing Baron Corbin. No chance you can beat Roman, says Corbin. Did you know the championship titles are not real? I don't know if they ever were, but they're fake now. You can tell the titles have no weight to them, says Nobody. That will suck if Vince gets creative control at the Rumble and Roman loses the title, said Richards. It's boring Corbin, said Officer Clusternut. It's a long way to go, but would you do Copper America since there might be more teams? Says Felix. To be honest, probably not, because a lot of those teams are quite low down in the rankings. There's a chance we could do maybe semi-finals and final, though. Because America's in it, aren't they, this time? Well, I don't know when it is, actually. I don't know when it is. Okay, Corbin is chatting away, and Kevin Owens has got his head on the turnbuckle in the corner.
I never needed you at all.
But I never needed you. That'll be a meme, won't it? Kevin Owens with his head in the turnbuckle. That'll definitely be a meme. He's being called a goofy Canadian. I'll happily get in there and put you asleep, said Baron Corbin. You've been talking for 3 minutes and you've said nothing of interest, says KO. That is so going to be a meme. Shane, I will get to your comment in a second, buds. You two blowhards will do just fine. So Kevin Owens, I think, ready to get into it with Baron Corbin. Let me show you this for those that aren't watching. I've got the picture off Twitter. That'll be everywhere, that will. Boom. This is boring. I want a match right here, right now, with Baron Corbin. Right. Bell sounds, and we are underway. We are underway. Baron Corbin. Right, Shane said, Happy New Year. I feel like they are laying the groundwork for Sammy to turn on the bloodline. Could Sammy win the Rumble? Story would be amazing, said Shane. Shane, shout out to you, mate. Hope you are well. There's a lot to unpack there. Could he win the Rumble? I mean, I think it really depends as to when he leaves the bloodline. I do love the idea, and we have spoke about it before, of him winning the Rumble and saying to Roman, I've won it, or I'm going to enter so that you can have WrestleMania off. You don't need to worry about WrestleMania because I'm not going to challenge you. Like, I acknowledge you. I don't challenge you. I acknowledge you. And so you can have WrestleMania off. I'll win the Rumble and you can have WrestleMania off. And then they turn on him. And then, of course, he's won the Rumble so he can challenge them to a match, right? And then he gets his match against Roman. I do love that because I think it works from a storyline point of view. I don't know that they're going to go that way. And there's been no rumors of Sammy winning the Rumble. So I'd be leaning towards no. But I'd love it. I'd be down for it. I'd be totally down for it. I'd love Sammy to get that kind of an opportunity. Crotch chop by Kevin Owens. He goes charging over to Corbin. We've got Owens on the outside, looking for a power bomb. Looked like he was trying to power bomb Corbin onto the edge of the ring. Oh, choke slam by Corbin. And it's actually Kevin Owens that goes into the edge of the ring. Bum, 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 bum. Right. So, yeah, I'd be down for that, Shane. Do you think Naomi and Big E will return at the Rumble? Naomi, I think there's a good chance of. I don't know that she's done with WWE. I don't know what her future's going to hold. But Naomi, I think, is a really good shout. Big E, I don't think so. I actually don't know where he is on the road to recovery. Um, I really don't know. I would think the Rumble would be too soon. I don't know. Big E's a big question mark. If he came back, it would be amazing. But oh my god, we would all be so worried because you would just be any little tweak or something, like you just don't know what damages would be done. Um, he should only come back when he is 1000% ready. With his kind of injury, broken neck, you you don't want to mess around with that. You don't want to mess around with that at all. So no rushing back from injury on that one. Absolutely get 1000%. Like he should be stronger than the average person by the time he comes back, like neck wise. So yeah, I really don't know with Biggie, but Naomi's a good shout. Kevin Owens is boring, not Corbin, said adoring fan. What are your early Money in the Bank predictions? Well, I think the fact we're in the UK definitely gives some UK talent a boost. I don't know that it means that a UK star is going to win, but I've got to think that UK stars are going to be involved. So, Drew, for example, I think will be in the running. I don't know what you do with the women, though. There aren't really any major British women. I'm just desperately trying to think. I mean, maybe by the time we get there, Alba Fire might be up. I mean, Dewdrop, but I don't think anyone classes her as major at the moment. Maybe you build her up. Don't know. Nikki Cross. I don't think you can class her as major, but we might have had a good 5-6 months, or a little bit less of sanity by the time we get there. So maybe she'll feel quite big by the time we get to Money in the Bank. So, maybe she could be in the conversation. I don't think they'll give it to Liv again. I don't think they will. So I think it'd have to be someone different. It's just difficult in it right now because without knowing who the champions are going to be and without knowing the stories of everyone, like as we said, Nikki Cross could be Insanity. She could have a completely different, prospector group around her. She might not be on her own at the moment. She feels a bit directionless. But they did kind of give her a character change, of course. She's not doing the ASH stuff anymore, so. Shots coming in by Corbin. I do think this is a weird way to start Raw. Like, Kevin Owens coming out is fun. But going into straight into this match is a bit strange. Kevin Owens going up top. Comes crashing down onto Corbin, looking for the pin to kick out by Corbin. Are you watching the Super Bowl? Yeah, I think we'll watch the Super Bowl. We've done that the past few years, yeah. Shane said, missed my super chat. No, I got to it, buds. I answered it. The one about Sammy and the Rumble. Yeah, we got to it. I said it was a good idea. You missed super chats. I feel like I've been on them. I did Shane's. I'm sure I did. I'm sure I've done them. But maybe Wyatt was not on SmackDown, so I assume there will be Bray Wyatt segment during Alexa, says Meave. Bloodline is the best, says Little Tony TV. Right, Miz TV with Dominik Mysterio. That should be good. I think I got to it, Shane. Your one, Shane, was about Sammy being in the Rumble. We just spoke about it. We was just talking about the fact that I think it'd be a good idea. We covered it. I don't think that he'll win it. I've heard no rumors that he's going to win it, but Cody is the one that I'm expecting. But I'd be totally down for Sammy getting the victory. But the old man is back on the headset, isn't he? Said Chill Dudes. But KO is going to win this match. Philip said, Alexa, or do you think they are connecting her to Bray, a Bray segment on Raw as well as SmackDown? Well, we are getting an Alexa segment tonight. We are getting an Alexa segment. And I think there's a good chance we get something Howdy related. Kevin Owens has picked up the victory here. So Kevin Owens has won. He was raining shots down onto... Oh, hello, Usos. Usos have arrived. Usos are attacking Kevin Owens on the outside of the ring. Face first. Forearm strike. Here's Solo. No Sammy by the looks of it. Now Kevin Owens gets thrown into the barricades. So bloodline attack. So I'm going to make a save. Do you reckon this will lead to the main event or something? Forearm strikes coming back by Kevin Owens. Kevin Owens having to try and deal. Super kick by Solo as Kevin goes into the timekeeper's area. Why is no one helping Kevin? Now Kevin Owens with the... Is that with the shoe? Did he use a shoe? He used a shoe. Kevin Owens with a shoe. It's a fantastic new weapon in WWE. A shoe. Kevin Owens in the ring with a chair, chasing the Usos away. He took Paul Romer's shoe. He's chased Usos and Solo back, but as we said, there was no Sammy. Here's Adam Pearce. Adam Pearce trying to get Bloodline back to the dressing room area. So, 20 minutes of Raw. We had Kevin Owens coming out trying to cut a promo. Baron Corbin interrupted. That led to a match. Kevin Owens won that match. Then we've had Bloodline attack Kevin. Kevin attacked them with a shoe. Oh, Alexa. Is it the Alexa segment next? Is it? Yeah, coming up next. It's not the Alexa segment. It's just an update on the EST. Sammy will turn on Roman, helping Kevin Owens win the title in exchange for a title match. Austin, shout out to you. Austin said Baron Corbin is the last person to pin Roman. JBL came out and made that point. New Year's Evil. New Year's Evil tomorrow on NXT. Nice. New Year's Evil. That'll be good. TJ said she'll be back. Husband is a part of a top faction. Steve said Sammy is turning on Roman. It's the only story that counts. Them turning on Sammy means nothing, but him turning on them means everything. WWE finally acknowledged it. We are at commercial break yet. Who wins the Women's Rumble? I'm going to say Rhea. Would you like to see Charlotte versus Liv at WrestleMania? I'm gonna have to say no. I'm gonna have to say no because if I wanted to see it, I think my reaction would have been yes. My problem that I have with Liv is I love her backstory. I love the fact that she has always wanted to be a WWE superstar. I love the fact that she's worked her way through the system. She was in NXT. She got called up. She got called up too early, but she's been on the main roster a long time now. She's definitely paid her dues. She's wrestled a lot of house shows. She's done the work. She's been on the roads. Sh- There's there's nothing about Liv that you can look at and say she doesn't deserve to be successful. The only problem that I've got with Liv is that her promos are a little bit weak in the sense of her voice always feels like it's about to break. She always seems very emotional. Um, you don't tend to get any like witty lines. There's not normally like a Liv promo that you can hang your hat on and say, God, that was really good. I really enjoyed that. Which would be fine if her in-ring was like amazing, but her in-ring is just fine. Her in-ring is just fine. It's fine. It's not anything spectacular. It's not like she's selling and putting on these like 4 5-star classics. I just sort of feel like she's at the level where she's a solid hand. That's what I feel about Liv. I feel like she's perfectly fine WWE superstar, but I don't know that she's got to the level for me yet where she's developed her promos enough or putting everything in the ring together. I think she's still relatively young, I think she's still relatively young. And it might just be as simple as she's at a really good place for her age, but for her to be constantly challenging for belts and constantly getting involved in promos and all this kind of stuff, she might just need a bit more development, a bit more work. She just might be, because don't forget, when she was on the main roster for a long time, she was in the Riot Squad. So, that was getting her used to just being out there, but it wasn't really allowing her to improve her promos because she wasn't really getting much promo time. And also, like, how much in-ring can you improve when you're standing on the outside of the apron, waiting to tag in? And when you do go in, you do a few spots and that's about it. I mean, it definitely helps with your development, but I would imagine, what she's doing now and has been doing the past few years has just fast-forwarded her development so much. So, do I want to see her, like, go up against Charlotte for the title? I'm gonna say no at the moment. I think she really needs to keep working and keep putting things together. But she'll get there. I mean, I've no doubt she'll be a multiple-time world champion, and I got no ill will towards her. I think she deserves it. It's nice to see a superstar putting that work in. They're leaving. You're staying. Okay, so thank you for visiting. So Usos leaving, and Solo has got to take on. I think he said Dolph. Oh, okay, yeah, Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn. Sammy was there. I saw 2 shows because no one wanted him to work at Christmas. DB said, thought I'd tune in 15 minutes before I go to bed. Fiance's not too well. DB, shout out to you, buds. Sorry to hear that. Right, we've got, here's Alexa, and Bianca from last week, and there was a CGI Lily. And we're just seeing what happened last week, of course, with that attack that left Bianca blooded, actually. Maybe we get a Thea Hale sighting. I think it'd be too soon, to be honest. I really like Thea Hale. I like her enthusiasm, but she is also someone that I think promo-wise, I find her very entertaining. In-ring-wise, she's still very, very limited. So it's maybe a bit early for her as well. I do like Thea Hale, though. She's got such great potential. I think she's got something that's really hard to teach, and that is that natural charisma, enthusiasm, that bubbly personality, which is just going to lend itself to really whatever you get her to do. Whatever you tell her to do, it seems like she's going to give 100%. She's going to be larger than life. She's really OTT with everything, which, as we've said, as we've watched NXT, that could annoy some people. Some people might look at that and say, nah, she's just too full on. She's too much. For me, she just puts a smile on my face. I just love how big she is with everything. So quite excited about her in the future. But she's only 19, I got told. 19. She's 19. So yeah, I'm excited for her. Right, we're just seeing the stretcher coming down from last week and the blood around the mouth of Bianca. So just multiple stitches were needed, apparently. Alexa Bliss was fined. Here is Alexa Bliss. Alexa Bliss is here. She doesn't need to be afraid of Bray or Uncle Howdy. She needs to be afraid of me. I'm the face of evil. Damn. Alexa's the face of evil. Haven't felt this good in a long time. Being at playgrounds. So she said she got the whole world in her hands. And now we're actually seeing black and white footage of a playground. And Howdy on screen. Do you feel in charge? You feel in charge? Okay, so we just got Howdy, and he said, do you feel in charge? Now it looks like we are getting Howdy coming out. That's going to fan the flames that Bo is Howdy. Howdy. So we got Alexa on the commentary table. And we've got Howdy, but what Howdy is it? What mask is it? See, this doesn't look like this. That doesn't look like the one that attacked Bray, does it? That doesn't look like the one that attacked Bray. That looks like the one. Do you remember when Bray was in the ring? Do you remember when Bray was in the ring and Howdy came out in the background? It looks like that Howdy. It doesn't look like the Howdy that attacked Bray. The flip. Has he got a beard? It's hard to see. I mean, there is a beard, yes. But he looks small. This one looks smaller. I mean, look, that could be both. But that doesn't look like the same size as some of the other people we've seen before. I seriously think I don't think Bo's been playing Howdy all along. I really don't. I really, really don't. I really think there's like either there's several different Howdys and there's several different people that are playing him, or they've had different people playing him. If it turns out that Howdy has been Bo all along and it's always been Bo, I will genuinely be really surprised. I will be really, really surprised because the body types just look so different. The masks are so different as well. It's not always the same mask. I mean, he's come out and he's just like laughed in the entranceway, and that's it. And now we've gone to commercial break. So if you want to know what's happened, I'm just loading the images up now. This obviously feels like it's worth doing a separate video on. Alexa is the face of evil, said Melissa. It's not Uncle Howdy, then is it Uncle Harper? Well, we asked that question in a video. I did a video on this where I asked that exact question. And to be honest, I asked that question, and then we got Michael Cole saying that it was Howdy. Michael Cole on commentary said that it was Uncle Howdy that attacked. So it kind of leaves me scratching my head, to be honest. Sort of look at it and go, oh, I don't know then. I don't know. At least it's man, I wanted a bit more, to be honest. It's like, if that is Bo, and obviously I think it probably was, for him to just come out and do like some laughing in the entranceway and for us to leave it at that, I think that's a real shame. Let's do a video on it. Let's have a look. Let's explore these images. Massive segment then to start up the show. We got past Kevin Owens versus Baron Corbin, and then we came to this segment. Alexa Bliss coming out. She was on the commentary table. We actually heard the commentators saying that Alexa had been fined last week. And so Alexa was fined. She then appeared. I don't think she appeared out of nowhere. She just walked onto the commentary table. She referred to herself as the face of evil, said that she hadn't felt this good in a long time. And she also said that she's got the whole world in these hands. There's references in there that I think is going to really excite people. Obviously, these connect back to Bray. They're very reminiscent of The Fiend and the Funhouse and Playground Alexa. So, yeah, this is definitely going to have people excited. But as she was talking, we then started to see these interruptions on screen. And we saw a lot of imagery of Playground Alexa and the Fun House and the Playground and all that kind of stuff. And actually, we even got an image, and we stayed on this image for quite a while, of a playground in black and white. Did wonder if we were going to see Howdy or Alexa or Lily or some. We didn't see anything, actually. It was just this like black and white playground. I felt like I could see some fireflies like dotted around in there. It kind of felt like the image had been messed with a little bit. But there wasn't seemingly anything else that was happening here. Whether there's some Easter eggs in there or not, I'm not sure. That'll be one that will need to be maybe looked at again. But just felt like it was just a playground. But obviously that's still important because Alexa and Playground Alexa links back to all of that. But then we got this. So then we got Uncle Howdy. He seemed to be saying, do you feel in charge? That's what I picked up on. It seemed to be saying that. It's kind of hard to make out exactly what he was saying, but I think he was saying, do you feel in charge? Of course, there was some distortion and a bit of laughing in there as well. And then he actually came walking out. Now, this is significant because we haven't actually seen Uncle Howdy with Alexa. We did see the masks last week, but here we got him actually walking out. There was big reports that Bo Dallas was backstage. This Uncle Howdy seemed a bit smaller to me. I don't know that, again, it's so hard because we're using different camera angles and there's smoke in the way, but he didn't feel like it was the same size. I don't know. It was hard to see the face. It would be hard to tell if this is the same person that was in the ring that attacked Bray. We've been seeing Uncle Howdy with different masks. So, like, there's so many moving parts to this. I think there's a really good chance, though, that this person here is Bo, because, of course, there was reports that Bo was backstage. He didn't come out and do anything. He just came out and kind of laughed. Just did really what he did when Bray was in the ring on SmackDown a few weeks ago. Just came out and laughed, basically. So, again, it's one of those that it doesn't really answer much. We know that Alexa has got a connection with Howdy. We know that there's links there, but I can't say this segment necessarily answered anything other than, you know, these links are obviously getting stronger. We're clearly going in that direction. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I would be very surprised if Uncle Howdy had been Bo all along, right? I think this was Bo, but I also think this Uncle Howdy doesn't seem to have the same size as some of the other Uncle Howdys we've seen before. For example, that person that attacked LA Knight in the locker room that had a Howdy mask on, or one of the Howdy masks on. That, to me, seemed to be someone that was a bit stockier, a bit bigger. That really felt to me like that was Bray. So this is what I'm saying. I don't think it's been Bo all along, but I do think that this is Bo. So big segments coming out of Raw. Right, we've got Bayley in ring. She's talking about Becky. Right, we've got Michin in the ring as well. So we are going over to Michin against Mia Yim against Bayley. Mia Yim versus Bayley. Firebread says, "Let me talk to you." Yeah. I mean, I appreciate getting the segments, but these segments, I don't know that they're giving us answers. I don't know that we're really getting necessarily anywhere. I'm sure we are. I'm sure these pieces will all come together eventually. Yeah. Right, we've got Michin on the ropes as Bayley goes over. Michin, Mia Yim to get at Bayley as she runs around the outsides. So we're still well underway with this feud between Bayley and Becky, and I think we're about to go over to commercial break. Yeah, gone to commercial break. Yeah, so what's your thoughts? What are you thinking? I mean, I feel like we're definitely looking at Bo for today. Whether it's been Bo all along, I've got big doubts. I think some of it's been Bo. I'm not saying none of it's been Bo. I'm not saying this is the first time that it's been Bo. I'm not saying that at all. But that locker room attack, for example, that feels like it was Bray to me when the lights went out and LA Knight was in there and he got beaten up. That one in particular, because you could just roughly see the outline. You could roughly see the outline of Uncle Howdy. And as I said, I think that could have been Bray. There's other things as well, isn't there? Because we've been hearing Uncle Howdy saying, "Don't trust him. He's lying." One of the QR codes that we had not long ago when you actually scanned it, you got a picture of Bray and the word liar written all around it. So, Uncle Howdy's relationship with Bray is clearly a turbulent one. It's clearly a fractured one. It's clearly not one that is brilliant, to be honest, because there's been plenty of times where Uncle Howdy has said that Bray is a liar and things along those lines. So that all kind of leads itself to the fact that this person has got issues with Bray. And I'm still of the opinion that at times it has been Bray. We know that Bray has wore that mask. He wore that mask at Extreme Rules. When he first came back, he was wearing an Uncle Howdy mask, so that we know there's a connection. We know there's a connection. He wore that mask at Extreme Rules. When he first came back, he was wearing an Uncle Howdy mask. We know there's a connection there. Let me send this tweet out then. So Uncle Howdy confronts Alexa Bliss. Is it now confirmed that Bo Dallas is Uncle Howdy? Question mark, question. Right, we are at commercial break. When we go back, we will be back underway with Mia Yim versus Bailey. Let me talk to you. Yeah. We're back from commercial break. Not the same mask, says Alex. Alexa does this really well, said Iania. I'm going to WWE in Corbin on Sunday. It's probably wishful thinking, but I'm hopeful for a Bray sighting since that record shop was in that town. What if Wyatt 6 is 6 different people, each wearing a different Howdy mask? I really like that, Twisty. I really like that. I really like that. And I think there is a chance of that. I think there's a chance of that. I think that's as good of an explanation as is out there. I do think with the Wyatt 6 thing, that was something that I don't think that's something WWE trademarked. I think it's something that Bray trademarked. And the only problem with that is I don't know if WWE would want to use it. Now, obviously, that could have featured as part of the negotiations that if I'm coming back, I want to use this. So it could be something that he basically requests that they use and features as part of the story. But I don't know that Wyatt 6 was something that WWE trademarked. And as I said, that might be a bit of a problem because they do like to own all of the stuff. So I don't think it's WWE that own that. So it's hard to know what they're doing with Wyatt 6. But I do feel like we're seeing different masks and we're seeing what feels to me like different body types. And, could it turn out that Vincent, Dutch, Bo, Bray, they're all in a family of sorts? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I think that's perfectly acceptable explanation for what's going on, to be honest. I'm not saying it's the explanation. I'm not saying it's correct, but I'm saying it's definitely one that I'm open to. Right, we're still underway with this match. Trying to get back to the chat to go down. Bang. Who's your favourite current Man United player? Favourite current Man United player, I would say probably Casemiro, actually, or Rashford. I really like Rashford, but I think Casemiro has made the world of difference since coming in. I think he's just absolute quality. It's like Man United have got a Rolls-Royce engine. now that Casemiro's in there. So big fan of what he brings. And I think Rashford's form at the moment's incredible. So yeah, one of those. Jake said, I like the small glimpse of Alexa's new gimmick. She is someone that I think really enjoys acting, to be honest. I think if she wasn't a professional wrestler, I think she would have really enjoyed being an actress. So I think this performance side, like having lines and whatever. Bailey steals the win on this one. I think she really enjoys that. Okay, so Bailey using the ropes. To get the win. So Bailey using the ropes against Mia Yim. So victory for her. Oh, no Johnny. Johnny back in action very soon. So apparently Johnny injured AC sprain. Candice LeRae is here. Got a smile on her face. Got Nikki in the background. Do we know how long he's going to be away for, though? Undertaker in the background's really distracting as well, isn't it? On that side of the truck. Now here's Rhea Ripley. Okay, so Nikki is interrupting Candice. Rhea is interrupting Candice. We've got Nikki in the background. And we found out that Johnny's got an injury. Why wait? We can do this tonight, says Candice. Okay, so that sets up Candice and Rhea. And now we've got Theory walking down the corridor. You have to watch everything, don't you? Like, just in case there's something in the background, or you never know. So you just have to be like a hawk. Boom. Done. Right, we've gone to commercial break. What if Howdy is Vincent? Yeah, I think there's a chance that Vincent has played that character. And I think there's a chance he could turn out to be a Howdy. I don't know that he's going to be Howdy. Uh, 25% off qualifying orders on WWE Shop. Theory up next. Triple H is still booking NXT guys. What are wrestling fans, or are we detectives? You've got, I know, yeah. I swear, we could all pass a detective course now. I'm sure we could. For the amount of work that we have to do, looking in the background, looking for clues, putting pieces together, all this kind of stuff. I swear that most of us now could go on to be detectives. We could all get into CSI, no problem. Certainly after the White Rabbit campaign. We should all be given honorary badges. How do you feel about 2K possibly making Bray as a DLC? I don't really have an opinion, to be honest. I don't have the game. I don't play the game. I think he obviously should be in the game. So as long as he's available. I mean, if they do him as a DLC, that's probably clever from a marketing point of view, because everyone's going to want him in the game. And so from a marketing standpoint, that's going to be clever. So that you can sell the game and then get people to pay extra to get the character that most people would want in the game, to be honest. Put this in. Uncle Zombie asks. I think he said that, didn't he? Do you feel in charge? I think he said that. I'd have to double check it. But I'm pretty sure that's what I heard. What you are. Right, how long are we at? 52 minutes already, you know. Howdy has been played by multiple people, but definitely think the last 2 times it has been, said Max. Vince returned to WWE. I hope he doesn't screw Bray and Howdy storyline up, said Wayne. Bo Dallas backstage said boomers. I tune into WWE every week to find out more about the Bray story, but it seems like I'm getting more bored and annoyed each week, said Ethan. There are people that do say that. I do get that. I do understand as well. I think people would like some answers. I think people would have liked Howdy to have. The problem is, if Howdy speaks, that's going to be a big giveaway as to who it is. But why couldn't they use the Titantron to ask a question? I mean, like, he asked, "Do you feel in charge?" But he could have said more. Join me, stuff like this. Join us. You know, even like a join us would have been significant because then he would have said us. And it would have been like, oh my God, you know, that could have been something we could have got our teeth into then, you know? So I just, oh yeah, I do always find wanting that little bit more, just wanting that little bit more. But in a way, just to flip it on its head, that's probably quite good. That you're always left wanting more because that means that you're invested. That means that you're into it and you want answers. And do you know what I mean? If you watched a segment and you didn't want more of it afterwards, you could then make the argument that it's a bad segment. So maybe the fact that it always leaves you wanting more is a good thing. Here's theory. A-Town down. A-Town down. He said, do you feel like Nigel Farage, says Miss Cloud. I think we all do. Do you think we'll ever get a definitive answer to the Bray stuff or it'll forever be open to interpretation? I think it will probably forever be open to interpretation for a good chunk of it. Like, I don't know that we ever get answers to the Funhouse stuff now. Those answers might be provided in a podcast by Bray in the future. Much like how Undertaker now is quite happy to chat about everything, you know. We might get some insight into, you know, what things were meant to be and all that kind of stuff. But it does feel like there's just constant questions. I mean, if Howdy is being played by different people, we'll get an answer to that. If Howdy has always been Bo, we'll get an answer to that. I'm pretty sure we'll find out the identity and get answers there. But, you know, questions that we've still got from the Funhouse, for example, I don't know that they'll ever get answered now. So I'm sure there will be times where we are left still with questions. Here's Austin Theory. All of you now have got to accept the truth that the now is the forever. Where's the visionary? Where's Seth freaking Rollins? Thought he was going to outshine me. I thought he was going to beat me. They're watting. They're watting, and he says, you better shut your mouths. We want Rollins chant. He's so comfortable, isn't he, out there? Look. He's so comfortable. His old knee couldn't hold up. Too bad you can't have him. His old knee wouldn't hold up. Boos raining down for Theory. Austin Theory with Vince shout-outs now, then, and forever. I love Theory's reactions to the what chant, said Austin. Are you going to Money in the Bank, said Jennifer. I'm not, no. We'll be doing the watch-along, though. Austin freaking Theory. Austin freaking Theory. Here's Seth. Here's the visionary. Austin freaking Theory. Oh, he's coming out on crutches. Got a feeling they're probably not legit. Crowd are singing the entrance music, of course, as Seth is on crutches. And there we go. Chucks one away, uses the other as an air guitar. So Seth on crutches, but not legit. Seth dancing his way into the ring. It is loud. People love singing this song. Seth's got big black glasses on. Shades. Crowd still singing the song. Do you see Braun losing tomorrow? Maybe. Maybe. I think he'll be in the Rumble, Braun. Whether that's a call-up for Braun, though, I'm not sure. They might want to wait until after WrestleMania. It's got to be soon. They know that I beat you last week. If you're the mountaintop, then I'm the pinnacle of this industry. Seth's leaning on the crutch-looking boards. You're one of the best, says Theory. But I've surpassed your ass. I'm on to bigger and better things. Theory is so good. He is so good. But wait, there's more. I'm going to headline WrestleMania after I win the Rumble. So, Theory plans on winning the Rumble. So good. I'm starting to think Mello is going to dethrone Braun, but I can't count out Waller, said Austin. How you doing? I'm doing all right. Doing all right. Had an hour of the show. Been plenty to talk about. Here's Seth. takes the shades off, chucks them away. Crowd starts singing again. Whoa. Smile on the face of Seth. Oh, I need to give you an update on my knee. My knee is not 100%. But it will be 100%. Just in time for me to win the Royal Rumble. So Seth's going to be in the Rumble. And he plans to main event WrestleMania. So Seth plans on entering the Rumble. He said his knee's not 100%, but it will be 100% by the time we get to the Royal Rumble. He says, sing my song, and they're quite happy to oblige. Kids. See you at the Rumble, kids. And Seth leaves the ring. Oh, Bobby's coming out. Here's Bibbs. Here's Bibbs. Seth might want to get out of there if his knee's not 100%. Bibbs making his way out. Dun, dun. Dun, 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 bum, 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 bum. He just walks past Seth, actually. Theory said, don't come in here. So Bibbs making his way down. This is my ring, said Theory. Theory with a crutch. Swings at Bobby. Bobby with a spear. And Theory goes down. So Bibbs spears Theory. Bobby, Bobby, baby. Jake said, look what I tagged you in on Twitter. You can hear Bo. How can you hear Bo? You couldn't. He didn't make any noise, did he? Hang on. Don't matter who's in the Rumble. Because I'm back, said Bibbs. Don't matter who's in the Rumble, because I'm back. Don't matter who's in the Rumble. Because I'm back. I wonder if that means Brock's in the Rumble, because don't forget, last time we saw Brock, he was getting hurt locked within an inch of his life. And that might mean that Bibbs is in the Rumble. Brock could be in the Rumble. Brock could deal with Bibbs. Candice is going to be taking on Rhea. The Eradicator. Up next. Coming up next. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. This was 100% Bo tonight. Yeah, I can't really play it because I don't want to get like any copyright stuff, so I'll have to listen to it like after. But he was meant to be backstage, so Bum ba ba dum. Bum ba ba dum. Ba ba dum bum 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 ba dum ba ba dum ba 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 dum. Right. I've retweeted it out. Apparently, someone has altered the effect on the voice, and apparently it sounds like Bo. They look back his firing and just suspended him. Don't know what that is. Curious, but does UFC streams draw bigger numbers than wrestling? It's difficult to be honest. I don't know ratings wise what UFC do. Stream wise, I would say yes. Yes. Like a big UFC show should outdraw WWE pay-per-view, but it depends on the pay-per-view. If the pay-per-view is SummerSlam or WrestleMania, then that is going to be there or thereabouts as a decent UFC show. So yeah, I would say the only problem is that more and more people over the past few years have started to do watch-alongs for UFC in particular. So that's obviously made it a lot more crowded on YouTube. So that makes it a lot more competitive, which means that the views, it's hard to gauge. I think that almost certainly UFC has more eyes on it, and UFC watch-alongs get more views than WWE watch-alongs. Yes. But the Rumble is in San Antonio. It'll be interesting if HBK makes an appearance, says Maka. Rumble matches build themselves. I still think every entrant should be a surprise, so we don't know who to expect, said WWE fan. Days, my son wants to tell you a joke about pizza, but he's afraid it'll be too cheesy, said Eric. Very good. Nice, like it. What do you think about Drew and Sheamus being a tag team and feuding with Viking Raiders? I don't mind. Yeah, I mean, I think that it's going to be difficult for Drew this year because I think that Roman is going to lose his titles, but I don't know that Drew is necessarily in the running for one of those. Sheamus, unfortunately, I don't think is either. Sheamus is someone that like the crowd are actually really into. He's probably as over as he's ever been right now, Sheamus. But I still don't know that they feel comfortable putting a major title on him. And certainly when you've got the likes of Cody, who is going to get a title this year. Cody will definitely get a title this year. I think Kevin Owens has been very patient. I think that he's had some really bad creative for a long time. He's been a company person for a long, long time. He's probably due. Not that you should ever really be due a title run, but he's probably due a run with a major belt. Certainly, I don't think he's going to get it at the Rumble, but I think he is definitely due a run with a major title. Sammy is super over, so we don't know what's going to be happening there. Seth Rollins as well. Because you've had Roman as champion for so long, it means everyone's been waiting. So it's really crowded at the top of the title picture. There's all these people that you could make arguments for being champion. You can make an argument for Sammy, an argument for Seth, an argument for Kevin. You can make an argument for Drew. But to be honest, probably is wise to take some of those and find other things for them to do. So to have Sheamus and Drew in a tag team, I think that's fine. The Banger Bros. I'm a Banger Bros stan. I'm a Banger Bros simp. Here's Rippers making her way down. So we are about 15 minutes or so from halftime scores. Rhea Ripley versus Candice LeRae. So if you did miss it, we found out earlier that Johnny Gargano's picked up an injury. We don't know when he'll be back. Maybe we won't see him till the Rumble now. Maybe it's serious enough where he won't even be in the Rumble. Okay, here is the Poison Pixie. Pint size Candice LeRae. Candice coming out. Another women's match this soon after Mia versus Bailey, said Big Time Baxter. Bang Bros. I mean, Banger Bros. Bangarang. Are you interested in watching Power Slap premiere that follows Dynamite? I think it got cancelled, didn't it? I think because of the Dana thing, didn't it get cancelled? Dominik said, my guess is Bobby in the Rumble, and so is Brock. And Brock is going to try and eliminate Bobby, but the Hurt Business come out and stop him, says Dominik. Philip said, do you think they should work more on building the Rumble, or does the Rumble build itself? We spoke about this earlier. I understand why you would want to name a few, because there are going to be people that won't have seen the Rumble. There's going to be people that have just got into WWE. You do have to think about those people as well as people that have, you know, the majority of your audience are going to be fully aware as to what the Royal Rumble is, how it works. But I think to announce a few names for it, so, you know, you've got to convince people and everyone that it's worth tuning into the Royal Rumble. Royal Rumble, it's going to be on this date. Involved is going to be Seth, is going to be Bobby, is going to be Austin Theory, and they all want to win, and this is why they want to win, and the winner gets this prize, and you can sort of understand why they do that. But as I said earlier, I'd probably only do it for about 10 of the 30 people. I think if you know that Bobby, Theory, Kevin Owens, Seth, 10 big names are going to be in the Rumble, right? People that you would have expected to have been in it anyway. It's not a surprise that Seth Rollins is going to be in the Rumble. It's not a surprise that Kevin Owens is going to be in the Rumble. So I think announcing those isn't really a problem. The only problem is you don't want to take away too many slots, because then you're, reducing the number of surprises that you could have. So I think it's right to announce some. I think it's right to announce some so that people know roughly who's going to be in it. The kind of, and then it allows them to talk about it as well. You want people talking about what it means to them and why it matters to them. You got to fill TV time. And, you want people talking about how it's their dream to main event WrestleMania. They're going to do that by winning the Rumble, blah, 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 blah. So I'd have about 10 of the 30 do that. And then leave the rest. What I don't like is what they did last year, when Charlotte announced she was going to be in it, and then they did a slideshow showing about 20 of the 30 people that were in it, including people like Kelly, Michelle McCool, Bella Twins. Like, they went through what you would class as potential surprises. They announced them as well. So I suppose it's different though, innit? I mean, they've done the Rumble since 88? So that's a lot of Rumbles. So you probably wouldn't build it the same way every single year. You probably would do different things and try different things. So, but I completely agree. The surprises are the best part. Rhea Ripley is trying to get a suplex on Candice. Trying to get a suplex, but not able to get it. King Chris, shout out to you, bud, said Banger Bros and Mash Mammies. Mash Mammies. Who would be in that then? It'd have to be Rhea, wouldn't it? She's a mummy. Rhea, or maybe Rhea and Candice. Candice is a mom in real life. Candice going through the ropes, drop kick, down goes Rhea. Candice on the edge, gets caught by Rhea. Rhea picking up Candice, hurling her into the barricades. Candice goes down. No sign of the Judgment Day. Oh, look at that. Standing cloverleaf. That is a thing of absolute beauty. Look at that. I mean, honestly, it really does look effortless for Rhea Ripley. I mean, I know Candice isn't the biggest of women, but even so, she's got her in this cloverleaf on the outside. It looks so easy for Rhea Ripley. So Ripley with cloverleaf on the outside. Now she's going for the riptide. Gets it. That'll do it. That'll do it. Rippers beats Candice. Look at that. Look at that. That cloverleaf. Oh, my God. Beautiful. And then the riptide as well. So Ripley beats Candice. Poison Pixie. Candice almost legit kicked that kid in the head. That would have been lols. You know, that is a wrestling experience that money can't buy. Getting kicked in the head by a wrestler. Fantastic. Right, we're backstage with Byron Saxton. Saxton approaching Bibbs. Here's MVP. Ah, me and the Almighty have got some business. Some hurt business. Remember they were talking? Thank you, MVP, for getting me reinstated. So it was MVP that got him reinstated. Trying to mend fences. Monday nights need Bobby Lashley. We can put some hurt on the bloodline. We're good. Okay. Okay, so MVP pitching to Bobby. Bobby not quite there yet. He's not quite there yet, but looks like Hurt Business are coming back. Still couldn't hear what he said. He said, we're good. We're good. I can't forget what went down between us. We're good. The flip. So, Bibbs. Not ready yet. What's your opinion on Rock winning the Rumble? Don't like it. My opinion's bleh. Don't like it. He doesn't need it. I always think that things like the Rumble, Money in the Bank, Elimination Chamber, these are great ways of building stars. And even if you have the occasional established star win, that's all right. But, God, not The Rock. The Rock doesn't need it. Rock doesn't need it. Winning the Rumble doesn't make The Rock any bigger. The Rock is The Rock. He can get a WrestleMania main event whenever he wants. If he was to turn up, say the Rumble is won by Cody, right? And he challenges Roman for a title match, right? If The Rock shows up and also challenges Roman, no one's going to say, oh, he doesn't deserve it. No one's going to say, oh, he hasn't earned it. Like, I think you get to a level, I think you get to like a status like Undertaker, Goldberg, Rock, Stone Cold. I mean, Stone Cold came back and ended up main event in WrestleMania Night 1 last year. Did you see a single person complaining about it? That's had taken a spot? Like, no. I think you get to a certain level and you know, people are fine with it. No one was too upset about Goldberg challenging for the title at first. The problem was Goldberg kept doing it. There, like, you having that Hall of Fame status is going to allow you privileges. It allowed John Cena to take on Roman at SummerSlam 2021. Like, that's fine, but you just can't lean on it all the time, every time, like Goldberg did. He went too far. But, like, for someone like The Rock, he doesn't need the Rumble winning. He doesn't need it. Like, he can just turn up and no one would have a problem with him challenging Roman. It's a dream match that people want to see. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. But what it does is it takes that achievement away from someone else. It actually stops someone else winning the Rumble. It stops someone else. Winning the Rumble is notable in itself. If you are a Rumble winner, that is an achievement that goes onto your achievements page on Wikipedia. That is something that, you know, 4-time world champion, 2-time intercontinental champion, won the Royal Rumble in blah, blah, blah. It's an achievement that gets mentioned. So I think for The Rock to have it, it's wasted. He doesn't need it. He doesn't need it, and it takes it away from someone else. So I wouldn't do it. I really wouldn't do it. I would have someone else win it. Like Cody. I mean, like Cody, it'd be a great achievement for Cody. Cody has never won the Rumble. His achievements in WWE are relatively limited because don't forget, for the longest time, he was Stardust. You know what I mean? Like, we weren't doing much with Stardust. So his achievements were very limited. So for someone like Cody, it would be a big deal. You might say it's obvious that it's Cody and that it's going to be Cody, but even so, you know, it'd still be a big deal for him. So yeah, I'm not crazy about The Rock winning the Rumble. He doesn't need it. Breaking news: Bruno Sammartino set to return in the women's Royal Rumble, said Scully Dude. London's O2 Arena is going to be hosting Money in the Bank. Apparently, they chose the O2 Arena because they see it as the UK's Madison Square Garden. They see it as being quite a prestigious venue, and it was available, and they didn't have any reservations about booking it. I would imagine as well, because of it being a ladder match, that's probably the kind of thing you don't want to risk doing outside, because it's one thing to wrestle outside with potential rain, but it would be another thing to try and do that with ladders and weapons and ladder matches. So maybe that played a factor as well. But yeah, I mean, look, the O2 is the O2, isn't it? And we've seen the majority of Money in the Banks take place inside arenas. And the O2 is one of the world's great arenas. So I've no problem with that. I'm just super excited that it's going to be in the UK. I think that's awesome news. Right, here is a Cody segment. So just looking at Cody and what Cody achieved when he came in last year. His lineage as well, the emotion. Vince is going to have the wrestler of all wrestlers, Scripps, win the Royal Rumble. Amos is back to bodyguard in WWE Underground, said Richards. Max said, do you think if they do a reveal for Uncle Howdy, it will take away from the excitement and interest if we know who's behind the mask and then carry on playing as Howdy? No. No, because I think that story has been interesting, but I think it's played its course. I think people are ready for the answer to that now, because there's so much more to explore. Like, we need to know what the relationship with Bray is. Like, does he like Bray? Does he not like Bray? I feel like he doesn't like Bray. Well, if he doesn't like Bray, are they going to get on the same page? Or are they going to be enemies? You know, are we going to get Uncle Howdy teaming with Bray? Does that mean Bray could bring in The Fiend? Could we get a Fiend and Uncle Howdy tag team at some point? Could we get a Fiend versus Uncle Howdy match? Like, I feel like finding out the identity of Uncle Howdy, it doesn't prevent where the story can go and what's coming. So, I don't think that's a problem, to be honest. I think it's something we should find out. Otherwise, I think it'd be frustrating not getting any answers. You know, like, just constant questions, not knowing where the story's going. It's great having all these theories and everything, but I think having theories is one thing, but you want to know if your theories are right, don't you? You want to know if you're on the right track, if what you're thinking is what's happening. And I definitely understand not getting answers on everything. I think it would be good to get answers on some things. And who is Uncle Howdy, I think, is something that they should answer. Because it will then open up, we can then, move forward and start exploring that relationship and start, if it is Bo, and it certainly looks like it is Bo, then, we can then really start exploring the backstory. Why is it Bo? How is it Bo? Why did this not show itself before when Bo was in WWE? Like, what's the story? We can explore all of that then. So, no, I think it'd be fine. I really do. I think it'd be better. We're just seeing Cody getting his surgery. Jeffrey Dugas. Yes. That time, Jeffrey got some TV time. There's Brandy. Brandy, Cody's wife. Oh, of course she's taking the spotlight. Of course she's coming, taking the spotlight from this Cody segment. Typical Brandy. Joking, of course. We're seeing the surgery getting done. Was the surgery a success? Will I be as good as I was? To be continued. Work begins now. They're big segments, these, aren't they? Like, we're backstage with Dolph. Here's, look, old Dolphy. How you doing, mate? My head is where it always is. Bloodline went too far a few weeks ago. I want some revenge. I want some payback. Okay, Mustafa Ali said, I just came from Adam Pearce's office. Apparently we could have been in a tag turmoil match, but you declined it. What's your problem? Yeah, what's your problem? So it seems like Dirty Dogs are dead. Dirty Dogs are done. Not about championships, and it's not about you, selfish little monkey. How dare you? How dare you? Right. There's Solo. Dolph and Solo coming up next. Ali needs to leave, said AJP5. Well, I can understand him being upset. He's not getting much in the way of opportunity. I'd love to see him get used more. He's someone that, do you remember when he was in 205 Live? So good. He was so good. And he was someone that I think had real breakthrough potential. But they just have not found the right creative for him. Like, they tried to do the Retribution thing and just didn't work, did it? Didn't pay off. Like, it was a bit cringe, and it just sort of didn't. It's too cringe. It's as simple as that. I mean, when it first happened and they were invading, it looked really cool. And then we started seeing T-Bar and finding out the names, seeing the masks, and seeing what it actually was. And even though they all tried really hard, they all tried to work their socks off to make it work. If you've got someone in your group with a awful looking paper mache mask called Slapjack, you probably ain't getting anywhere. So that was always going to be quite limited. But I just feel sorry for him because he's a great in-ring talent, and like, he got a shot at the United States Championship not that long ago, and it resulted in the crowd like really getting behind him. I think the crowd really like Ali as well. Do you remember when he used to do those promos? He used to do those promos like in the rain, and he was talking about Chicago and being a police officer and all that kind of stuff. That was really good. I'd love to see us get back to that. This Ali that just seems like, I don't know, he seems a bit desperate. Do you know what I mean? Like, coming up to Dolph here saying, "You've just cost me an opportunity. We could have been a tag team." Like, I can understand him being frustrated, but it does seem a bit desperate. It does seem a bit desperate. I don't know what we do with him. I really don't know what we do with him. If you zoom in on the playground, there are images in the background straight as that. Don't even know what that word is. If you zoom in on the background of the playground, okay, let's have a look. I should have a playground image. Here we go. You zoom in on the background of the plane. We was on this for quite a while. Actually, when I did the video, I said that it might turn out. I did say it might turn out that there's something here because it does. I'm just trying to see if I can see anything, but I can't see anything. It did feel like, because we was on it for so long, that there could be something. I'm just trying to see if I can zoom in anyway. I've probably got a still image where there is no background stuff in it, but we was on it for quite a long time. Not even any kids, is there, unfortunately? They can't even enjoy this playground. Must be a school day. Must all be at school. There's nothing that's jumping out. I have to go back and have a look. I don't know. You could look at stuff and go, "Is that a face?" But it could just be like a shape in the trees, couldn't it? It's probably nothing. Probably a lot of this is absolutely nothing. Oh, hello, we got Bronson Reed now. I was chatting about Ali. I've missed the halftime scores. Here's Bronson Reed. Here's Miz. Miz puts his hand on Bronson. Bronson stares at him. Takes his hand off. Friends, look. There is no us. If you want something, pay me. Classic Bronson. Classic Bronson. There is no us. If you want something, pay me. Right, here's Solo Sikoa then. So we're going over to this match. I wonder if Ali might get involved in this. I wonder if we might be starting a Dolph Ali feud, maybe. No. Ali should be in NXT. What happened on the show so far? Oh, things. The Alexa segment's probably the biggest segment so far. Yeah, to be honest, there's been loads that's happened. But I feel like people have announced for the Rumble. We got Rhea Ripley against Candice. Looks like the Hurt Business might be coming back. The sort of things that has happened. But they're not like massive OMG things, you know? I am William. Shout out to you. Do you think I should take Edward to Money in the Bank this year, as he really wants to go, but he doesn't do any housework? He's very lazy, said Roseanne Brown, and doesn't tidy his room. No, don't. Doesn't deserve it, does he? Roseanne Brown, shout out to you. Can you also stop sending me those images on social media? Thank you. If the Jacksonville Jaguars win the Super Bowl, will Triple H send a replica title to Tony Khan? Murphy Tunes. Of course they would. Of course they would. Of course they would. I don't know, they wouldn't send it to Tony. They'd send it to the Jacksonville Jaguars. But that is, I've never thought about that. It's so funny. Of course they would. It wouldn't get shown. I'm fairly certain it wouldn't get shown. I'm pretty sure they would, AEW might get their belt shown instead. And they might do it, but that did tickle me. I do like that. Shoulder tackle by Solo. Right, we are underway with this match. Solo versus Dolph. Solo versus Dolph Ziggler. The Alexa Bliss segment was 100 out of 10, said Alexa Bliss Gamer 0809. Tyler said, hi. Hi, hope you're well. Greg. Do you think Uncle Howdy and the mask character that Bray wore when he returned are two different entities? Yes. I do. Whether they're meant to be, I'm not sure. But I feel that the person that we saw attack LA Knight in the changing room, I feel like that person was stockier. I feel that person was bigger. I think the Uncle Howdy that comes out and like laps in the entranceway, that feels different to the Uncle Howdy that attacked LA Knight backstage. So I have very little doubt that today was Bo. Very, very little doubt. I mean, he was rumored to be backstage. And as we said, you know, that doesn't mean anything unless Uncle Howdy's on the show. And he was. So now I look at it and go, well, 2 and 2 is 4, innit? So I think that was Bo today. I don't think there's too much doubt about that. I think the doubt is, has it been Bo all along? I think that's the doubt. Solo back in the corner. I don't think it was Bo backstage that attacked LA Knight. I could be proven wrong. But it did feel like that person had some size to them. I think that Bray has been attacking LA Knight. Working on the traps. So submission hold here by Solo. Have we gotten an update on the Pitch Black match? Actually is no. Well, the only thing is Michael Cole said that it was no DQ and all that kind of stuff, no rules, but didn't say anything about the lighting. There's a slight concern that it might just be advertising. It might just be a no DQ match, and the lighting might be normal, and it might not actually be pitch black. But they're just calling it Pitch Black because of Mountain Dew. The new Mountain Dew Pitch Black drink or whatever it is. So, but in the advertisement for it, they do show lights going out, don't they? So I don't think that's true. I think that there will be lights out. Otherwise, why would you tease it for the promotion of the match? But so far, there's been no words about it, no. Even LA Knight said he doesn't know what it is. But Michael Cole seemed to suggest that it's going to have no rules, which bit of a no-brainer, isn't it? Bit of a no-brainer. I mean, if it is going to be pitch black, how are you going to see someone get into the... How are you meant to see anything? How are you meant to see the pinfall? How are you meant to see the submission? I mean, you might be able to hear someone screaming, "I quit." But you're not going to be able to hear if they've pinned them. So, no, there's plenty of questions around the pitch black match. Right, we are at commercial break, so you know what that means.
Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this.
There we go. Right. 7 by Terry. 7 by Mark. 5 by Exposing. Austin said, "Days, can you pin me?" 6 said David. 7 says LD Cool. Shaquem said 4. Halftime score 7 says Austin. 7.5 says Aaron. Chaos Theory said 6. Norma says 4. Lexa Bliss Gamer said 11 out of 10. Meave said, "I'm happy," 8. Andrew with a 7.5. JJB Gaming with a 3.5. Zachary with a 6. Franks says 8. Kyle said 6.25. Richard said 5. Legend Killer said 7. 4.6 said Braden. MD8T NG8T said 3, I think. I was too busy reading the name. 3. Pep Laugh says 7. Let him in said 7. Mr. Dr. Sir Manboy says 6.75. Legend Killer with a 7. King Chris with a 7.7. Chris Martel with a 6.5. Dominic said, "Do you think Jay White could be in the Rumble?" I don't think so. I don't think there's a relationship between them and New Japan. Did you hear about Chelsea Green being signed in WWE for some time? I did. She's probably a good one for the Rumble. Kyle said 6.25. Parker Toys said 7.5. Alice says 7.5. Trini, the Usi one, says 6.75. Dylan said 7.5. Tony says 8. Decent show so far. Lee said 4.7. Andrew says 8. Willa Moss be in the Hurt Business, said Jaden. I think that'd be good if he was. To be honest, it's probably the best way to use him is as this monster in the background. So, yeah, I think it'd be good if he was. James Chadwick, 7.25. William said Trini is here, so 10 out of 10. Drift plays Fortnite. Shout out to you. Dylan said, "Do you think the Beast Brock Lesnar will return tonight?" I don't think so. I think we might have already had the Bobby segment. And I think if he was coming back, he'd be coming after Bobby. So I don't think so. 7 said Zoom Station. 7.2 said Billy. Jay White's contract is ending in the coming weeks, said Dominic. Oh. Well, I know that they were interested in him in the past. So if he doesn't sign and he ends up going to WWE, then that would be very interesting. Very, very. He'd be a great signing for WWE. Brock to Hurt the Business, said Mark. Are they around? I mean, like the Usos have been sent home, haven't they? So I'm not expecting Bobby back. If he's going to be on the show later, then maybe there's a chance we get Brock, yeah. But I don't know that we're seeing him again. But I do remember MVP saying that they have a chance to hurt the bloodline. I don't really understand what that means because the Usos got sent home. I actually don't know what the main event is tonight. That is mental. The fact I'm sat here right now, they might even have announced it, but the fact I'm sat here right now with 1 hour, 14 minutes left of the show and I don't know what the main event is. Solo with a beautiful Samoan drop. I need to eat some more, said Sunny. I'd like to see Days take an F5, says Mark. I'd be destroyed. I'd just turn to dust. Or I've had so much over Christmas, I'd probably bounce. I'd probably hit the mat and just bounce back on my feet again. Be one of the most impressive things you've ever seen. I'd get F5'd, land on my stomach, bounce back up, and I'd be like... And then I'd throw up. I'd be like, oh my God. Whoa, beautiful DDT by Dolph. And he covers Solo. Gets his shoulder up. Shoulder up by Solo. Ziggler, super close. Crowd's not going crazy for this one. WWE doesn't care about Raw and the USA Network anymore, said Junior. Hurt Business against Judgment Day before Elimination Chamber as they take on the Bloodline at the pay-per-view, said Jaden. Let him in, said, what's your score? Probably 6.5. 6.5 for me is fine. Fine. Anything in the 7s is good. Anything in the 8s is amazing, basically. I mean, if it was like 7.75, that would be great. 8 is great. Anything in the 8s is amazing. But 6.5 is fine to good. I think this is fine to good. There's not really anything here that I could say is essential viewing. Apart from the Alexa thing, but to be honest, that left me wanting more. I didn't watch it and think, oh yeah, I'm satisfied. I watched it going, okay, Howdy's come out, that's nice. I mean, it's good to see them both in the same space. And, you know, I suppose what it does do as well, and we haven't really touched on it, is that for the longest time, Bray's logo was showing up. And there was a lot of talk of it being Bray recruiting Alexa. But it's Uncle Howdy that's just come walking out. It's difficult because we still don't know the Bray-Uncle Howdy relationship. They might be working together. They might be the same person. Although I do think tonight that was Bo. But again, Bo and Bray might be working together. So it's difficult. It's difficult to know how all the pieces fit together. But I definitely wanted more. 1, 2, 3, and Solo gets the win after a big thing, I think right hand, knocking out Dolph. Solo beats. Actually, I don't know Solo's music. Here's the Usos. Usos are here. So they didn't get removed. So the Usos are here. They didn't get involved in the match, in all fairness. But they are here to celebrate. So Solo getting a win over... Oh, bang. Was it a Samoan Spike, was it? Oh, it was? It was a Samoan Spike. I thought it was just a big right hand, but he Samoan spiked him, so he chucked him up, and as he came down... with the Samoan Spike is... if you bend your thumb back, you're proper messing up your thumb, aren't you? Oh, Dominik. We got a Dominik segment. Big Dom. Big Dom. It's a Big Dom segment. The criminal. The convict. The outlaw. The hard man. The gangster. The prisoner. I won't make it in jail, but he did. He did make it in jail. Big Dom, Big Dom, Big Dom. Prison. Changes a man. Changes a man. I'm just getting started. Not me. See you soon. Not me. See you soon. Oh, look at him! He's got a bandana around his. Ah, he's gonna mess everyone up, man. Gonna mess everyone up. He's got a purple bandana around his mouth. He's got shades on. Yeah, he's probably wanted. He's probably wanted. He's having to hide his identity. Walking around like that. Me. Big Dom, man. How would you act if Kevin Owens beats Roman at the Rumble? I would be shocked. I'd be shocked and a little disappointed if I'm going to be completely truthful. Because I just think that I just think that like Kevin isn't the one to do it. He could be a champion in the future, but whoever beats Roman is going to be a made man, and Kevin's not the worst. I can think of plenty of people that are I would hate to see do it, but so Kevin's certainly not the worst. But I feel like it's got to be like Cody. It's got to be Cody that does it. Cody is the one that deserves to win the title. I love Sammy. I'd love Sammy to do it. I think Sammy would be a great choice. I think Cody would be a great choice. I feel like Kevin's had opportunity to do it and he hasn't done it. And now he's got another opportunity to do it. Not for me. Big Dom coming up. Miz TV with Big Dom. The convict, the criminal. Brock is absolutely shizzing himself because of Big Dom. We all are. I might even have to take the watch along down momentarily because I'm just worried if I say anything that comes across as critical, I might get shanked. I might be a dead man. I might get a bing bong at the door. Hello? Smacked in the face. My lifeless carcass dragged to the garden and buried alive. Who knows? Who knows what connections he's got? Dom looks awesome and scary, says Adrian. Would Kevin Owens not doing Saudi shows means that he can't win it again? Not really. I mean, it's a problem, but there are two champions, or there could be two champions again. So if he doesn't do one of the shows, you can always rely on the other champion to go. You can always do a number one contenders for Kevin Owens' title, and then do a championship for like Universal Championship. So if Owens has got the WWE, just do a WWE number one contenders match and make it good, like Seth versus AJ Styles. And then have the Universal Champ there. And don't forget, now the women are wrestling. You could put the Raw Women's Champion on there and SmackDown Women's Champion on there. So yeah, I don't think that's a barrier personally. Someone create days on 2K22 so that I can have him fight Big Dom. I wouldn't stand a chance. I wouldn't stand a chance in real life or in computer life. There's no life that I would stand a chance against the convict, against the prisoner. None of us would. None of us. What are your thoughts on new Dominik? Love it. Most engaging he's ever been. Do you see the lead up to the turmoil match that it said the winner gets a Raw tag title opportunity? Does that mean the titles get split up? I didn't see that. No, I didn't see that. Is that our main event? I'm starting to think it probably is. So we'll see when we get to it. We'll see. Days, if you're looking at accolades on Wiki, Money in the Bank, but failing to cash in just feels like a worthless accomplishment. I think the briefcase with the title makes Money in the Bank, not just an empty briefcase. Here's Bailey. She's talking about sending messages. Who's here? Mia. You're nothing but a fraud and a cheat. I'm proud of you. You're stepping up. I'm not afraid to accept some help. Okay, so they start attacking Mia Yim. So Mia Yim being attacked. Let me give you some advice. Don't step up for someone who won't be here for you. Becky Lynch is an idiot, and so are you. Mia Yim attacked. Where's the OC? OC didn't do anything to help her out there. Is she not in the OC? Well, she's wearing an OC shirt, isn't she? She's wearing an OC shirt, so I think she still is. I mean, granted, she's a grown woman doing her own thing, but even so. Mia Yim attacked. Backstage. And here is The Miz. The Miz TV. Shouldn't Candice want revenge on Damage Control? Yes. She has no chance against Bailey. OC can't hit them. No, but they could scare them away. Is everything all right here? Type situation. They can pull them apart at the very least. I'm not saying go in there, stop. Bang, 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 bang. Just send Gallows in, he'll mess them all up. I wasn't saying that. Here's Miss TV. Do you think Naomi will return? Yeah, I think there's a good chance of that, yeah. Do you think Roman's good champ? I think he is not, because he always cheats, and he has to have the Usos do his dirty work. So what do you think about Roman's title run? I think it's been a brilliant title run. I think he's got clean victories in that run. It's not always Usos helping him, but he's a heel. You're not meant to like him. He's a champion that finds a way of keeping the belt. There's a reason why this is one of the longest reigning title reigns of all time, because if he didn't have that help, it would have ended. But he's used everything to his advantage to keep the title for as long as possible. I think that's actually respectable. I think if you're a champion and you can keep that belt for as long as possible, and if it means cheating, it means cheating. You're not meant to like him. But the fact that he's achieved something that, this is the longest reigning Universal Championship title reign. Where this reign stands in the all-time reigns, I don't know, but it's top 10. It's definite top 10. Might even be top 5. It might be a top 5 all-time longest title reign. And honestly, you're comparing it to other title reigns, and I'm sure other champions have cheated at times as well. So no one. If I was challenging Roman, I would have to think about how I deal with the bloodline, and no one has been able to work that problem out. You know what the problem is? It's not just Roman. It's the Usos. It's Solo. It's Sammy. So what are you going to do to neutralize that? How do you overcome that problem? Well, no babyface has been able to do it, have they? That's on them. That's on them. If you can't get some friends in your corner to deal with the bloodline, you're probably going to lose the match. So I respect it. I respect it. Right, here's Big Dom. Dom takes the shades off. This is what you always roll with your crew. That's what he learned in prison. Yeah. Snitches get stitches. Snitches get stitches. Yeah. We all want to. What happens? Snitches get stitches. You want to know? Imagine being locked up with the world's most dangerous people. You don't know when your next meal's going to be. It's push or be pushed. If I'll ever see Mommy, I've got to do what I'm going to do. Got to grab it by the balls. Kind of like what Maurice does to you. I wasn't expecting this. This is not about me, Sid. Okay. He was in his cell with his cellmate. Top bunk. I overheard him say he wanted to punch a hole in my face. I asked him, have we got a problem? And that was that. I'd love it if there's CCTV footage eventually of Dom in the cell crying. Imagine if footage comes out and Dom's like, what, Mum? I hope they do that. I hope the police release that footage. I hope we get weeks of Dom building it up. And then we get the truth. My sources tell me you was only in county jail for a few hours, says The Miz. Okay, so Miz is making an accusation here that things might not be as they seem. Dom's going to witness Finn Balor and I win tag team turmoil tonight. Damian Priest looks so big standing next to Dom. Is this the OC? Where the flip were they? Where the flip were they just when Michin got beaten up? Ah, you can come out now that it's tag turmoil time. Raw Tag Team Championship. Yeah, they are just saying Raw Tag Team Championship. Raw Tag Team Championship, #1 contender. Snitches get stitches. Winner earns Raw Tag Team Championship opportunity. I don't want them to separate the tag belts. I think we should only have one tag champ, personally. Right. Tag turmoil coming up. This Friday. Sammy and Kevin Owens. Finally, they're going to split the title, said Playgrounds. Cedric and Shelton should be the last participants. Yeah, Cedric and Shelton, Gallows and Anderson, Street Profits, Finn and Damian, and Alpha Academy. Those are the teams. Do you think The Rock will return at the Rumble, then win it, and then go against Roman? No. I think there's a chance he goes against Roman. There's a chance he's in the Rumble. I don't think he beats Roman. Do you think we will get a marriage storyline between Dom and Ripley? Maybe. Maybe. I don't know if it'll ever get that far before someone leaves. Maybe. Are you enjoying the show? Yeah, it's all right. It's pretty good. I enjoyed the Dom segment. Dom, I'd keep milking that. I think there's more you can get out of it. I think he can keep coming up with stories. So I think, like, next week he should tell us a different story of what happens. Week after, tell us a different story. And, it'll soon get to the point. I mean, we might already be there where you're like, how did all of this happen in just the space of a few hours or a couple of days? All these stories. And then, as I said, I think it'd be funny if eventually they show footage of Dominik just sat on his own in county jail crying for a few hours. Like calling out for mummy. So I reckon there's some fun to be had with this. Next week, Dom talks about the tunnel he was digging, said exposing. Yeah. Do you know it'd be really funny? If he started telling us stories and then it turns out they're just like plot lines from films. So he can tell us about how there was a mouse called Mr. Bojangles and there was this guy who was this really big guy. And he seemed to take away like people's illnesses and stuff. It was really trippy. It was really weird. And you can just go through different films. Yeah, there's definitely some fun to be had with that. Dom escaping Shawshank style. What do you think of Dominik's work now in his promos? I think his promos are still limited. Like, even when he spoke then, I mean, he's not really telling the stories and delivering it with great delivery. I thought his pre-recorded promo was very good, but in the ring there, he came across as a little, dare I say, nervy. And I don't know, if you compare him to like Seth, who's, dancing around, cackling in the microphone, little gestures, little mannerisms. You can just tell that Seth is so comfortable with what he's doing. He's just in total control. And or Austin Theory, who also exactly the same. And even when the crowd are watting, he's ready to respond. And little smirk on his face. And, you can throw Theory out there and he'll just shine. And Seth will shine. You don't really get that same level from Dominik. Dominik goes out there and he does there's a little bit of timidness. I don't think he's like quite big enough. I don't think he's ready to like command segments, if you will. But it's fine. It's passable. It ticks a box. He's not Ronda, right? And he has got such great creative to work with at the right moment. That, you can just have fun with it. As I said, you could do loads of stuff with this current story. Do loads of stuff with it. So it's fine. This is the most engaging I think Dominik has ever been. So I'm here for it. All right, last team standing is deemed the winner of Tag Team Turmoil. I don't know if I guess is this our main event? I don't know. Right, okay, so OC versus Judgment Day. How long we got left? 50 minutes. Are you enjoying the pace, or do you think they should start revealing more? I think that at times it's been too slow. I think there's been times where we've just got a promo and you would want a bit more. I think most weeks I'm left wanting a bit more. But some weeks we do get some steps forwards. I think that I would lean towards it's been a bit on the slow side. I don't think it's been drastically slow. I don't think we should have had like 3 matches by now or anything like that. I just think that maybe we could have got to this point maybe just before Christmas. Like, maybe we could have got to this bit a little bit sooner. The problem is, though, you can only get to this bit when Alexa's ready to get to this bit today. So, before Christmas, Alexa was she'd just come out of that feud with Damage Control. She was just competing for a women's title opportunity. We saw her grabbing Bianca in the Sister Abigail. Like, you couldn't really be bringing out Uncle Howdy at that point. So you're having to go at the speed that different stories are being told at. So it is tricky. It is tricky. But I do think that certainly if we look at just the Bray side of the story, I think that one we could have moved a bit quicker on. But I don't think it's like anything drastic. I don't think it's like, where we are now, we should have been months ago, or we should have had a match by now, and all this kind of stuff. I think by and large it's okay. But I would just turn it up a little bit. Dom is the best, said King Recent. Goddess Bliss was boring. Evil Bliss is better, said Wayne. I can't wait to see the Man Championship, said Freddie. Dom was dressed for a Western movie. All he needed was a horse, said WWE fan. Austin Theory segment main event, said Quinn. Do you see Bianca Belair surpassing Becky Lynch's Raw Women's Championship reign at 398? That is tricky. That is tricky. That is a great question. I think there's a chance she loses at Mania. If she's taking on Rhea, I think they might want to pull the trigger on Rhea. But could they delay it and actually have the title change at like WrestleMania Backlash instead? Sure. They actually did that with Charlotte and Ronda last year. So they could do it again. But would that even be enough? Would that get her past Becky's? If that got past Becky's records, if that allowed Bianca to break the records doing the title change at WrestleMania Backlash instead, then I think there's a chance that they do that. If that still won't be enough, maybe they won't. I don't know how much they take that kind of stuff into account, to be honest. When they're doing the booking, I don't know if they look to see what records are about to be broken. I don't think it's a major factor. I don't think it's something. Obviously, it was something that was took into account, say, for Undertaker's streak. That kind of a record was took into account. Maybe it'll be taken into account for Roman. Maybe. But they might think that putting the belt on Cody at WrestleMania is more important. Carl Anderson grabbed the leg of Finn. He then threw it over to the ref. The ref ended up having the leg. And then Anderson punches him in the face, not the ref, Finn. I think we're about to go over to commercial break. Anderson finds himself down on the outsides. Big chops coming in by Carl Anderson. Carl Anderson looking good in this match. Anderson in the corner as Damian Priest charged over, but he gets booted in the face. Bang. I'm doing good. Irish Rebel, shout out to you. I think Rhea should win at Money in the Bank so London gets a title change. What, win? I thought you meant win Money in the Bank. So win the title at Money in the Bank. I think London getting a title change is long overdue. I could not tell you the last time a title changed hands in London. It might have happened. It might be one of those where people are like, oh, the tag titles changed in 2019 on Raw or SmackDown or something like that. Like, maybe. But, yeah, I don't know. That's really hard. That's really hard to, can't remember. I think the last time the WWE Championship changed hands in the UK would be when AJ won from Jinder. That was in Manchester. So I know that happened in the UK. AJ beating Jinder Mahal. But I don't know the last time we got a title change in London. So I agree. I think it would be good if a title did change hands at Money in the Bank. Doesn't have to be like the Universal, but one of the women's ones, even a mid card one, just something. I think I agree. I think that'd be good. Great thing about Money in the Bank, though, is you're guaranteed to see something significant because even whoever wins Money in the Bank, even that's significant. It's a bit like Rumble, innit? Whoever wins the Rumble is achieving something and it's significant. And whoever wins Money in the Bank is achieving something. Goes back to what we said earlier about how it goes on your Wikipedia thing. Money in the Bank winner. But Alexa needs to be on SmackDown so that she can take the Queen's title, said Cosmic Tron. I figured out who Uncle Howdy was. Did anyone recognize the female laugh? Nikki Cross. You think Uncle Howdy was Nikki Cross? I've not heard anyone say that. Butch is going to win Money in the Bank, said Expose Him. Do you see Drew winning Money in the Bank? I could see that happening, said Austin. I think there's a chance of it. I think there's a chance because if Money in the Bank's in the UK, I think it gives a boost to UK superstars to be in the run-in to do well. So I think Drew's definitely in the conversation. It's gonna more come down to, though, do they want to put the belt on Drew anytime soon? There's plenty of people in the run-in. Is Drew one of those? Don't know that he is. Tomorrow night, Carmelo Hayes, Cora Jade. That'll be a great match. Carmelo Hayes against Cora Jade and Bron Breakker. Triple threats. Carmelo Hayes, Cora Jade, Bron Breakker. Oh, no. Bron Breakker against Grayson Waller, apparently. New Year's Evil. Tomorrow night. Right, we are back to the action. We got 40 minutes remaining right now. Gallows and Anderson taking on the Judgment Day. If Vince sells WWE, do you think it will be a big change in the products? But impossible to tell. Because who knows? Because someone else would be in charge, and who knows what ideas they would have? Who knows who they would put in charge? I mean, you've got to think they're going to put some new people in place. So I think there would be some change, but you've got a product that works. So I know the ratings are in decline, but the ratings are in decline for everything on TV. You've only got to look at their social media presence to see how big and impressive they are on social media, how popular they are. The numbers that they generate in watch time and clicks and views and, all that kind. They're constantly bragging about how they're bigger than the NFL and the Super Bowl and all this kind of stuff. So they're definitely still getting views. They're definitely still popular. So would you want to change it? Would you want to spend a load of money and then risk ruining it? So I think there could be some slight changes, but I don't think it would be a massive overhaul. I don't think it would be anything major. Right, it's a victory for Judgment Day, and now Cedric and Shelton are making their way down. So Cedric and Shelton. Cedric Alexander bring in the fight. Top rope enziguri. So Judgment Day. So now it's Cedric and Shelton. Finn Balor in there with Cedric. Cedric. Oof. That was a Michinoku driver, I think. And good speed there. I'd love to see Shelton and Cedric do well. seeing Shelton celebrate his 20 years in WWE on main event was a little depressing. I mean, it's look, there's many superstars that don't get to celebrate it at all. So the fact he was able to even cut a promo talking about being in WWE for 20 years at all was great, but a little depressing. So I'd love to see them get something this year, 2023. It seems like they are, doesn't it? Seems like Bloodline are Hurt Business are potentially coming back. Cedric and Shelton. $50 said Dom interferes in every match and Judgment Day runs the table, said Adam. WWE social media has got more followers than AEW social media. I mean, that's not the biggest surprise, is it? AEW have only been around since, 2019? WWE have been around since the 1960s. With links going back even further than that. So pretty much since social media's started, I would imagine WWE have had a presence on there. But that's not the only reason as to why they're so big, you know. Clearly the product is still popular. Strike to the back of the head there by Cedric. Cedric screaming at Damian Priest. Why does everything have to come down to AEW versus WWE? Everything does. Who's going to be Speaker of the House? Comes down to WWE versus AEW. Who's going to be the next Prime Minister? Comes down to AEW versus WWE. Who's going to win the FA Cup? Comes down to WWE. Everything. Suplex. Any chance we see Tama Tonga with him and Reigns not liking each other? That could put a halt to it, said James. I don't know. I mean, apparently there was some interest in the past. But I don't know what the contracts are with New Japan, so I don't know how long he's under a deal for. I don't necessarily think that would be a barrier, to be honest. I don't know that WWE would want to engage in that. Like, it's a bit petty, isn't it? Like, oh, I don't like this person, I don't want to work with them, type thing. Like that shouldn't really exist in WWE. Granted, Roman's, big star, one of their biggest stars. I'm sure that they would take it into consideration and not want to upset him. But equally, I don't know how big of a part Roman's going to play going forward. As soon as this title reign is over, I fully expect him to be fully signed up part-timer. So, might not affect, like, Tama Tonga coming in. I don't know. Apparently, there was interest anyway. Do you think there's a chance Sammy wins the Rumble? I think we can say there's a chance, but it's an outsider. I wouldn't put money on it. I think he's an outsider. I think there's probably 3 or 4, if not more, that are ahead of him. I want Cody to win the Triple Crown, said Mr. Quake. Some congressperson during the whole vote thing got a hand shoved in their face. I did see that. Cedric charging over, gets caught by Damian Priest. Finn Balor tags himself in. Damian Priest with Cedric, choke slam. Cedric goes down. Balor going up top. Balor's perched. Shelton down. Coup de grace. Coup de grace to Cedric. That should do it. And Judgment Day win. Judgment Day win. So the revival of Hurt Business seems to have stalled momentarily. Here is Alpha Academy. Alpha Academy. I did like Damian Priest going over and preventing Shelton from coming in. That was good. Tag team turmoil rolling on then. So Judgment Day still in there. Finn Balor putting in some great work. Tessa Blanchard is single again, is she? Do you think whoever dethrones Roman has to be someone who can carry the company whilst Roman is away, assuming Roman takes a break after he loses the title? Yeah. Yeah, they're going to need to carry their end of the bargain, but they've got plenty of people that can do that. They've got so much talent that's just waiting to be given the ball. Like, if you give Kevin Owens the ball, Kevin Owens, we saw, Kevin Owens during like Festival of Friendship, Kevin Owens with the KO show, Kevin Owens build towards WrestleMania with Stone Cold. Remember, he was like dressed up as Stone Cold, took the mick out Stone Cold, hated Texas. Like, he's got a personality, Kevin Owens. He's charismatic. He can deliver fun segments. And you give him one of the belts. The only problem you've got is that no one is going to be able to do what the Bloodline did, because the Bloodline was such a rich, deep, complex story. There was so much to it, Solo not saying anything, being a killer, arriving late, Jay not being on board at first, but then getting on board, Jimmy coming in, not being on board, but then getting on board, Sammy wanting to join, not being accepted by Jay, then being accepted by Jay, Paul Heyman being a part of the group, but going off and joining Brock and then coming back to the group. Roman just doing like Roman things, Roman turning heel is big in its own right. Roman aligning with Paul was monstrous. Like, you've got all of this stuff that's happened since Roman came back in late 2020. You've had all of this stuff that's played out, which has kept Roman fresh and vibrant, and the Bloodline story exciting and engaging. Just having Kevin Owens go out there on his own, cutting promos and segments, that's going to get a bit tiresome eventually. You're going to need things to keep things fresh. Like, you're going to need some people around him. If it is Kevin, for example. But he can do it. And if you give him that support, he can do it. The Festival of Friendship, him and Jericho, it's some amazing stuff together. Fantastic stuff. They were so engaging and vibrant and entertaining. Like, people loved those two being together. And Festival of Friendship's one of the all-time great Raw segments. So, yeah, I think someone like Kevin could do it. Seth can obviously do it. But I would say the same as well. Seth can cut his promos and everything, but it's just going to be really hard to compare anyone to what you got from the Bloodline, because the Bloodline story has been so rich. But they've got people that can do it. Could they? I don't know. It's going to be hard to carry both belts, but I don't know that anyone needs to. Cody could do it in the short term. Long term, it might be a struggle again, because you're going to need story, and you're going to need all this around him. What's happening now on Raw? Right now, we're just back from commercial break. We've got Alpha Academy out there with Judgment Day. So we've got, I think, what is it? Another team? Is it after this? Maybe two more teams that are going to be coming out in this tag turmoil. We've still got half an hour to go. So I don't know if we're getting another match after this. I feel like we probably are. I don't know that Tag Turmoil's going to see out the show. Back elbow there by Damian Priest. I've never been a fan of the Bloodline, said Victoria. Rhea could win Money in the Bank and cash in at WrestleMania. Would be amazing. Wouldn't know who she would cash in, though. Do you think Chelsea Green will be in the Rumble? Yes. Apparently she's been signed for a long time, so... yeah, I think there's a real good chance we see her. Days, I have some cool ideas for AEW. What if AEW have a brand split, a draft, house shows, plus AEW shows in Europe? Would that be great? Well, they are going to do a show in Europe. They're coming to London. That's going to be a big show this year. A draft might be interesting. Having a different... the only problem is they've got a full roster right now, and even with a full roster, Dynamite struggles to get 900,000 at the moment. So if you do a draft and do a brand split and have less of the big stars around, what does that do to Dynamite? So that would be the concern of doing a draft. It would help Rampage, because Rampage would then, have exclusive stars. If you want to see Bryan Danielson, Jamie Hayter, I don't know, whoever, then you've got to watch Rampage. You won't see him on Dynamite. But what does that do to Dynamite? Like, Dynamite's ratings are certainly not touching 1 million. So I don't know. I don't know that would work, to be honest. That body drop there by Chad. Chad in the ring with Finn. Finn's put the work in, They're trying to cheer on the two teams. In comes Otis. Clothesline. Down goes Damien. Thought he was going to do a discus lariat, but it was like a back elbow there by Otis. Damian Priest goes against the ropes, collides into Otis. Finn is up. He gets scooped up, slammed down. Otis charging over, collides into Damian Priest. Damian Priest gets hurled into Finn Balor. Otis collides into both of them. Damian Priest just had proper wobbly knees then, and then comedically fell backwards. That was quite some selling from Damian Priest, He got wobbly knees and then went proper Ric Flair, like how Ric Flair used to walk and then would fall over. Oh, the caterpillar! Caterpillar, boom, into the elbow. And Otis cleaning house right now. Plants. I love the wobbly knees thing. Balor's got Gable. Oh, Otis splashes Gable by mistake. Oh, super kick by Damian Priest. Ah, big clothesline. 1, 2, 3. And Damian Priest gets the pin on Otis. Otis making quite the error. We've got officials coming over, checking on Balor. Adam Pearce coming over as well. I'm fine. Finn Balor says I'm fine. So Otis did that splash. He came down onto Chad. But Finn Balor was underneath both of them as well. So I think they're saying he can't continue. They're just showing a replay on it of Otis coming down onto Chad. Chad came down onto Finn. There's real concern now about if Balor can continue. It's fine. It's fine. Ah! I want Dominik to say something like, prison didn't keep me down. You're good. Come on, Dom. You can say it. Prison didn't keep me down. You can say it, Dom. You can think for yourself, Dom. Come on, Dom. He said Dominik's going to have to replace. Dominik can take Finn's place. Pierce. Yeah, just let that Big Dom do it. That'll work. Dominik is replacing Finn. Dominik's replacing Finn. Oh no, they've got to go up against the Street Profits. I love how when Adam Pearce turned to Dominik, he was like, "You can replace Finn." Dominik's like, "I'm not ready. I can't do that. I'm not ready." Right, here's Street Profits. So it is going to be Big Dom. Big Dom. The Jailbirds. The Convicts. It's Big Dom and Damien. Big Dom and Little Damien. Big Dom and Little Damien against the Street Profits. I did enjoy that, though. He's fine. And then they try to help him up and he screams his head off, Finn Balor. He's fine. Thousands of pull-ups every day from Dominik. Dominik's back is like an upside-down Christmas tree, says Corey Graves. Bum, bum, and bum. Dominik replacing Finn. This stable is so funny, even if it is meant to be bad because of Dom said playgrounds. Julie said, I want Finn to get turned on by Judgment Day and team with Edge against Dominik and Damien. Dom gonna give them all stitches, said Justin. Yes. Yes. Snitches get stitches. So do Street Profits. Big Dom warming up on the outsides. Bum, 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 bum. We've only got 20 minutes left, and I don't know if there's another team after this. I can't remember. I don't know if this is the last match or if there's one more after. Street Profits fixing to get dominated. Oh, that's nice. No one's intimidated by Dom. He's a little boy, said Officer Clusternut. Who killed wrestling, kids or smarks? I don't think kids killed wrestling. I think kids have always been into wrestling. I don't know. It's difficult, isn't it? I think that the death of kayfabe was a problem. I think that's wrestling. But, you know, there'd been... Do you know what? The history of kayfabe would be absolutely fascinating. If someone was to write that book, the history of kayfabe, like really do the research as to, you know, when did it get started? When did things start to change? When did legit fights become fixed? Because my understanding is that back in the 1800s, a lot of what you saw was genuine, but boring, to be honest. Real wrestling is long and boring, and people put on holds, and they sit in those holds, and people are trying to get out of holds, and it's slow. It's not all action. Like it couldn't be further away from what you see now if you tried. Like it can be boring. It can be hours long and boring. So in order to make it more engaging, they decided the outcomes and they shortened match types and brought in a few more moves. And obviously over the years, that has changed and grown. And, you know, we've got where we are now. But a history of kayfabe would be absolutely fascinating in the sense of, you know, how many people in the arena believed in what they were watching in the 20s, in the 30s, in the 40s, in the 50s, in the 60s, in the 70s. You know, right now, people that go to wrestling shows, what percentage of the people there believe what they're seeing is legit? I mean, the kids, for example, Have they been smartened up? Have they been told yet? I don't know. I would doubt even now that 100% of everyone in that arena, knows these things are scripted. You still get weird talking about it. I still don't want to talk about it. Got an advert for the Pitch Black match. Still nothing. Seemingly still no answers on it. So, I don't know, like, kayfabe going away in, like, around the late 90s and shoot interviews and the arrival of the internet. It was inevitable, wasn't it? I mean, with the internet coming along, it was inevitable. There was no way of preventing it. So, I don't know. I don't know if wrestling has been ruined or if it's just changed. It's an interesting conversation. Dominik is in the ring. Dominik in the wrong part of town. We got 18 minutes to go. Is there such thing as grabbing casuals and hardcomes? I've never understood they aren't grabbing casuals. They're catering to one audience. Nah, I mean, take New Japan, right? If you bring in someone from Japan, like, say, Okada, right? Hardcore wrestling fans going to know who Okada is because he gets spoken about as being the best wrestler in the world. They'll be able to tell you that he is, used to be in TNA, but wasn't used very well. In New Japan, he's gone on to be one of their biggest stars of all time. They'll tell you about the matches with Kenny Omega. Like, a hardcore fan, someone that watches and has got a degree of awareness about what's happening in wrestling, and has a bit of a knowledge going back, they're going to be aware of Okada. So if Okada comes into AEW, hardcores are going to pop. There's going to be a reaction. They're going to start dreaming about, oh my God, could we get Okada and Omega? Is that going to be the main event of Forbidden Door? Blah, 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 blah. Casuals that only watch AEW and don't know who Okada is and don't know he is one of the best wrestlers in the world and maybe don't know the history of him and Omega. Like, the audience that just watch AEW because they've just got into AEW, you can bring Okada out and they ain't going to have that same reaction, aren't they? They're not going to pop. They're going to be like, who's this? And they're not going to dream of Okada against Omega. And they're not going to dream of anything. They're going to need to be introduced to who this is and why the person sitting next to him's losing their mind. So I would say that there is a scale of casuals and hardcores. It's not as easy as saying you're either a hardcore or a casual. I would say there's a sliding scale. And I think we all fit on different points of that scale. You've got someone like James Chadwick that watches everything, who's the hard king of the hardcore fans. He'll be able to tell you every wrestler that's competing in the world right now. I don't even put myself in the middle. I mean, I don't even know where I'd sit. I mean, I watch pretty much what I stream. So, I watch AEW, I watch WWE, but I ain't going to be able to engage in much of a conversation about what's happening in Impact or what's happening on the Indies or what's happening in New Japan right now. I mean, I did watch Wrestle Kingdom, so I've got a small idea as to what's happening. But I just, I check in with these things. I just keep an eye on them every now and again. And it might be because of a Wrestle Kingdom or because I get told of something or get sent some on Twitter or whatever it might be. So I don't even know if I could put myself in the middle of that scale. But I certainly wouldn't class myself as being a casual. I've got enough knowledge to, maybe not be a hardcore, but I don't know, maybe somewhere in the middle. I don't know. We all fall on that scale somewhere. So I think you probably do have to take that into account. This is why they're explaining about Cody. Most of us don't need these Cody segments, do we? Most of us don't need the replays that we get week after week after week on WWE. You know, we don't need them. We don't constantly need to be shown things that happened last week and the week before. So we watch the shows, but you do have to always bear in mind there's people that don't watch every week. There's people that might be watching wrestling for the first time. Might be people that are trying to follow the stories and need that recap. So having to factor for casuals and hardcores, I think it is something that you do have to consider, yes. Because I think everyone's at different points when it comes to how much wrestling they consume. You know, that's one of my criticisms about AEW. I don't watch Rampage. I don't watch Rampage. I don't watch Being the Elite. I don't watch Elevation. I don't watch Dark. So if anything plays out on those shows I need to know about, I'd really appreciate if they did a video package on Dynamite. Because I am a super casual AEW fan. I only watch Dynamite. Dominik, on the outside of the ring, you've got Montez in front of him. Damian Priest comes round, shoves Montez into the commentary table. Damian Priest has got blood coming out of his mouth. Angelo Dawkins goes over the top rope. Dawkins comes crashing down. Dawkins' physique's looking pretty decent these days. He was carrying a bit of timber before. He's not even wearing a top now. He used to wear a vest top. He doesn't wear one now. I think he's putting the hours in the gym. But Dawkins going over the top rope. Comes crashing down. We got Finn Balor at ringside, still selling his ribs. Dominik, Big Dom down. Damian down. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum. If Dom and Damian win, will it be Dom and Damian versus Usos or Finn and Damian versus Usos? That's probably one for the Judgment Day to decide, isn't it? They'd probably go with Finn and Damian. I don't know that Big Dom would get into an argument with Finn about that. They could go with the Freebird rule and just have whoever, going after titles and defending titles. Montez Ford singles push, said Lance. Maybe one day, yeah. Maybe I can't see why not. I think he's a great talent, and I think he could be a little bit like a Kofi in the sense of I think people have got good will towards Montez, want Montez to, achieve things. His relationship with Bianca's going to help that as well. I think people definitely see things in Montez. And so he might have that, he might end up staying with Angelo Dawkins for a while and then get a Kofi Mania type moment, Montez Mania type moment. Or they could treat him a bit like Big E, where they just split up the Street Profits eventually. I don't know what that would mean for Dawkins. I really don't. You don't see that same energy around Dawkins as you do around Montez, do you? So I would worry for Dawkins if we did that. But eventually, definitely we should look to give Montez solo run. My favorite tag team faction is Evolution, but my favorite tag team is maybe Paul London and Brian Kendrick, said Zach. Montez is a mixture of Big E, Kofi, and The Rock, said Mr. Quake. Days, this should be sponsored by Domino's. Nice. Austin Theory as pacemaker, said Mr. Quake. Montez would be all right if he has the frog splash as well, so he can go solo, said Cosmic Tron. What do you think WWE has got planned for Asuka? I genuinely don't know. I just hope it's something. I don't know what they've got planned. I just hope they've got something planned because I definitely want to see her have a good year. I feel so sorry for her. I feel like she's just consistently being, don't know if I can say overlooked, but it does feel that way, to be honest. It does feel like she does get overlooked a lot. I've got her as like an absolute top talent. I've got her as someone that, for me, would quite comfortably, quite easily main event WrestleManias. If you think about how amazing and how big she was down in NXT, Dominik stepping into the ring, throwing a shot into Dawkins. This is going to be our final segment then. We got 9 minutes left in the show. But yeah, if you remember, like, she went into WrestleMania against Charlotte as a big undefeated star. She felt huge. And really, we've just watered her down ever since then. So I'd love to see her get built up again. Do you think Uncle Howdy will help LA Knights? Maybe, yeah, because we could be building towards Bray versus Uncle Howdy. Certainly, if now we're looking at Uncle Howdy being Bo. They should have a 4-bird rule and include Rhea, said Wrestle with Andy. If Vince sells the company, I won't go to Money in the Bank. It just won't be the same, said Julie. Asuka was unstoppable until Charlotte, said Victoria. I miss Asuka being a killer. Have her come back and dominate. Have her start with Charlotte at WrestleMania. That would be great, actually, Austin. That would be great because it plays back to her losing to Charlotte at WrestleMania 34. And so her getting the win back and winning the title and, you know, make her a killer. Everyone, I think, is really on board with her coming back as Kana and coming back as that darker version. We haven't seen her since she went away at the end of last year. And, you know, it's sort of being teased. She's in Japan at the moment. And if you've been watching her YouTube channel, she's been putting out videos saying that she's looking for something and she still can't find it. And in her videos, she's normally like, hey, guys, you know, like then she'll, you know, do a little whatever she's doing, go shopping or whatever. No talking now in her videos. It's literally just like clips of her walking through hotels. Very serious. There's no comedy anymore. There used to be like fun little clunky music. That's gone. It's now super serious as she's looking for something. She's gone back to Japan to look for something. It's heavily teased that she is changing. So, yeah, man. And Asuka in full-on killer mode. Put me down for that this year. Put me down for that. Big Dom going against the ropes. Back elbow by Dawkins. I don't think there is another team here, is there? I think we are looking at Street Profits being the last ones. Big Dom going against the ropes, but a big back elbow by Dawkins. Montez playing to the crowds. We want smoke. We want smoke. We want smoke. I wonder how much of the current storylines will change with Bray once Vince takes over. I don't think he is. I don't think Vince is taking over creative. Drop kick by Montez. Dom in the corner. Against the ropes goes Montez. Clothesline by Dominik. Kick to the midsection. Enziguri kick. Montez on fire. Big back body drop to Big Dom. Kip up by Montez. Montez, standing moonsault, lands it too. Big Dom kicks out. Big Dom survives. Crowd quite vocal. Crowd are into this, you know. Our main event, Judgment Day, have survived. I don't know how long Damian Priest has been in there. Damian Priest, you know, I know it's a tag match, so it's not like he's been in there all the time. But they've clocked up some time, you know. This whole third hour has been dominated by this match. Shoulder up by Big Dom. Rhea Ripley collapses to her knees on the outside. She can't believe it. Big Dom's getting chucked around. 1, 2. Oh. Big Dom actually raised his left shoulder when it would have been so much easier to have raised the right. He was being pinned. He had to like awkwardly try to lift this shoulder when that one would have been so much easier. But Big Dom doesn't do the easy things. It's not what Big Dom's all about. Big Dom's about doing the hard things in life, like hard time. He didn't do easy time. He did hard time. Oh. Damian Priest planting Montez. Big boot. Kick to the midsection. Monstrous clothesline by Damian. 1, 2. Oh, shoulder up. Shoulder up. Prediction, Judgment Day wins. Then on this day hits and Edge returns. Nice prediction. On the day, dancing clearly. Big Dom. Big Dom is a super heavyweight. He shouldn't be chucked around this easy. Listen, he was chucked around prison. He was chucked around the shower block. He's used to it. Damian, but I do agree. It's not a good optic. Oh, Montez coming over, shoving Big Dom down. How long we got? 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Nice reversal. Into the timekeeper's area goes Dawkins. Whoa, over the top rope. Montez goes over the top ring post to the outside. Big Dom is down. Oh, Big Dom in trouble. I thought Mammy might have pulled Big Dom out. Oh, Damian pulls out Montez. Wow. Some of the scenes. Look at Montez moving out the way. Damian goes, oh, Big Dom rolling him up. 1, 2, 3. Oh, Big Dom did it. Thanks to Rhea Ripley. Wow. Rippers has helped Big Dom. Damian Priest doesn't even know they've won. Finn Balor's in immense pain, but he's still celebrating. Wow, Big Dom gets the win. Big Dom. I don't even know if Big Dom knows that he's won. Big Dom jumped onto the ropes. Rhea Ripley grabbed a hold of his legs. Ropes were being used. Rippers was being used. There was, it was all going on. It was all the R's. Ropes and Rippers. Ropes and Rippers, the Big Dom story. There's Big Dom. Big Dom's absolutely shattered. Look at Judgment Day. Look at Street Profits. Absolutely dejected. Here's the Usos. Usos! Usos come out, hold up the championships, stare down between Usos and Judgment Day. Weird, isn't it? Damian Priest goes full on Andre the Giant. Heels against heels. Must admit, I did lean towards Street Profits maybe getting the win because it's a weird little match, this. Judgment Day against Usos. Damian Priest screams. Damian Priest looks like a monster, man. Damian Priest looks awesome. Damian Priest looks so cool. He's never quite done it for me, but Judgment Day has been good for him. It's been good for all of them, actually. Judgment Day, you gotta say, Judgment Day, it's been around quite a while now. Worked wonders for Big Dom. I think Rippers is Rippers before this, wasn't she in a flipping tag team with Liv and Nikki ASH? Like, she'd been in a few teams. Like, God, so much more interesting in Judgment Day. Damian Priest as well. Do you remember he was doing that? Am I Damien or am I a priest? Do you remember that? Am I good? Am I bad? So much better. Finn Balor. He was just faffing around. I mean, he was teaming with AJ and Liv, and then obviously flipped over. I can't even remember what he did before that. NXT, don't know. So it's been good for him. It's been great for Big Dom, though. Big Dom. Right, let's do a quick poll. What score? What score? That's the question. Can't even be bothered to write out full sentences. Full sentences are so overrated. What score? 7, 9, 7. 7 said Corey. Solid Raw, said Meave. Solid 9 said WWE fan. Big Dom is the hero of the night. 10 out of 10. Summit fresh for a change. Heel versus heel. I don't mind that, says United We Love. Yeah, I don't mind it. Didn't find the show good other than the main event. WWE didn't put any effort into this, so a 6 for me, said Gio. 6.5, 8, 10 out of 10. Raw was snore. 2 hated teams will collide in a face-to-face match, says Kevin. Do you like Power Slap or aren't you into that? I don't think it's happening. I really don't think it's happening. I think it's got cancelled because of obviously the obvious controversy around Dana. I think that's meant that it's not taking place now. This Raw seems a bit boring. Colin said, "Why don't you do toy hunts anymore?" We did one about, I don't know, a month ago, was it? So we do. Security sucks. Will you ever do streams for reviews again? I really don't know, to be honest. I find this gets them out quicker. I think people like them being shorter. I think people also like the images being bigger, whereas when I used to do them live, obviously the images were just on like a little screen behind me. But I think the fact that they kind of get out a bit quicker and everything, I think people seem to enjoy that. So, don't know. It's I can't say there's any plans to bring it back live, but who knows? Who knows? Sami Zayn should face Adam Pearce for Sami to take Adam Pearce's job. He could run the show for Roman, and then disappointed Chief won last time, and then he vows to get the bloodline, said Zach. Colin said, "You look really old. You used to have a shaved beard." Son, you do. Once you get to 21, it all goes downhill. Honestly, if you're out there and you haven't hit 21 yet, in a lot of my videos, I was 18, I was 19, I had the whole world in front of me, my whole life ahead of me. Now I've hit 21. It's downhill, isn't it? It's downhill. You become old and bitter. Was you expecting more from the Alexa segment? I was, if I'm going to be honest. I mean, getting Uncle Howdy to walk out was cool, but yeah, I was expecting more. I don't think it was bad by any means. You know, it's not like I was moaning about it or anything, but I would have liked some interaction between Alexa and Uncle Howdy. I think that's what I would have liked. If we're going to say, well, what more would you have liked? I would have liked a bit of back and forth, a bit of conversation, a bit of something. You know, we already knew that like Howdy was kind of involved. I mean, like we saw the masks last week. So Howdy actually being there and coming out, you know, I mean, look, this is different, isn't it? We haven't seen Howdy with anyone else other than Bray. So yeah, it's interesting. There'll be lots of thoughts and theories about, you know, why this is happening. But I like it. I like the fact that we've got some interesting, you know, don't forget we said Bray on SmackDown and nothing like that being on Raw was a mistake. Well, they fixed it because now they're giving us something Bray related on Raw, and I really appreciate it. I really like it. So I ain't gonna moan about it, but I would have, if in a perfect world, liked a little bit more tonight. Yes. Did you stop growing the beards out? Did you stop growing the beards out? No, I mean I did shave it back a bit over Christmas when the family came over. But to be honest, I don't do anything with the beard. Isn't like a statement. This is, and I've said this before. This and this, right? Both the same thing. Laziness. That's what it is. That's all it's ever been. Laziness. I have no desire to get up and put product in my hair and do my hair. I have no desire to like be shaving and be looking presentable. I get up, put a hat on, that deals with my hair. And this does whatever it does, and that deals with that. Like, I'm not here to be a model. I'm not sitting here to be like, I'm not trying to sell you Prada, Christian Dior, Yves Saint Laurent, whatever it is. Yeah. I'm not here to do that. I could do that. I think we all know I could do that, but I'm not here to do that. So this is what you get, right? But if I do get Prada calling me up going, we want you to be the face of a major international campaign, then yeah, sure. I'll probably put a bit of product in my hair, right? And I might have a shave. Who knows, right? But it ain't worth it for Raw. It ain't worth it for AEW. You know what I mean? So, right. We're done. Anyway, I'm going to go off and do the review. Appreciate the support as always. Hope you got out of the show something. I hope you enjoyed the show. Of course I do. Of course I do. Of course I hope you enjoyed the show. And don't forget, we are back tomorrow. Well, don't forget, the review will be up in about half an hour on the second channel. We'll go through everything. There's loads to go through, actually. So that will be on the second channel. And we are back, baby, tomorrow with New Year's Evil. Awesome. I'll end the review. We are done. Bye for now.